2017-7 is listed as a revocation, and it is not. It is actually an amendment that creates a prohibition of commercial alcohol.
Okay, you say Matt will not be here this afternoon?
Right, he will be here this evening for his stuff this evening, but not.
Okay, and somebody is going to take over his this afternoon or? Okay. As I forget these, you remind me.
Okay.
All right, do I have a motion that the minutes be approved?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Been moved and seconded that the minutes of the meeting of September 8th be approved. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, now it's time for general public comment on non-agenda items, and we welcome such comment. So if I could have anybody that has anything to say, yes, please.
Thank you, Pat, for letting me go first. I'm a single dad. I live over in Grainfield and I got to go get my kids. If you can hear me, I'm not going to mess with this thing. Otherwise, I'm just going to drop it.
Okay.
So I have to leave relatively soon, but I wanted to bring something up to you guys that I know you've been through before.
Would you state your name?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I'm not a very good public speaker.
Okay,
Unless I'm
that's all
staged
right.
on like online or something. I'm Tim Clark. I own a company called Red Dog Outfitters. It mostly owns me. I'm a full-time outfitter in the deer and turkey hunting industry, both here and in Nebraska. And we've outfit unit 1 and 2, and we've been in 3 before, and mostly 1 and 2 between Hoxie and Hill City. And I bring a lot of experience to the outfitting. And being from Colorado, that's a state where the Department of Regulatory Agency requires a surety bond, insurance, annual fee to pay to play. Basically, if you want to be an outfitter, you got to pay. And we never had that when I moved here, but I continued to keep my insurance. I got rid of the bond because I'm not going anywhere unless he brings me home. But I think it's a good thing for everybody to have. It's like $100. So if you scam somebody, they get that bond back. Should probably be a little bit more money, but I've got a million ideas of how we can regulate. Not that I'm a lawmaker, but I know what works. I know what people should do. And I was hoping that I could have the time either today or it won't take long to run through some of the ideas I have to present to you guys to kind of start doing regulation on outfitters out here, because I think there's a lot of the general public, be it from Pennsylvania or from Wichita, coming out here to hunt or going out anywhere in the state, let alone the whole country. People are getting ripped off all the time. I do a good job, and we've killed 45 deer, had 45 opportunities. 2 have had that done this year out of like 52 people. But I got called a scam this morning by 2 guys I've known for 5 years. And I'm like, guys, I've got pictures of the deer that were hunting and they're still calling me that. And I'm not that. You guys can go on my social media and find that. Did you have something? Sorry, I just a little nervous up here. So the point is that if I'm getting called a scam, what is really happening with the real scams? And I see this stuff every year at the trade shows. Guys come in, there's pictures of a bunch of young kids with deer that didn't probably pay $5,000 to shoot those deer. They're their friends. It's fine. They got to start somewhere. But it's like they all brag about fake it till you make it. Well, that hurts Kansas. That hurts farmers. It hurts me because people hear outfitter and they go, oh no, we don't want to mess with you. Like, wait a minute. No, there's no credentials to being an outfitter in this state. And I think there needs to be. And I'm not one for more government. Believe me, I'm not one for more taxes. But I think some of these, I think they're common sense things you guys will agree with. So if I could just tell you what I have in mind, I could move along and get out of here. Okay. I put it on my phone here so I didn't make a mistake and miss something. And by the way, I'll volunteer my experience in this to the commission if you want to use me to give you these ideas here on out to develop this. But with some of the ideas I have would be a criminal background check for guys that want to be an outfitter. What kind of background you got? Everybody has something or something that they should have had, right? So the things I'd be looking for would be game violations, something simple 20 years ago, no big deal. You got caught shooting a deer with a rifle 5 years ago. No, you're not going to be outfitting people because guess what happens when the pressure's on? They'll be doing it again, is my opinion. Child offenses, can't have them because I have kids in camp. I don't know who's coming into my camp. We need to be checking them too, because a predator may have at his home, he can't be around kids, but he just shows up in my camp, right? And he might be bringing a kid into my camp that I have a guide who hasn't had a background check. This is what's going on anywhere. I mean, it's certainly happened this year. And say there's a child predator in this building, like keep that stuff separate. Deer camp, people drink at night. It's just, I think those 2 things would be, amongst other things, common sense to keep this kind of clean as far as who the outfitters are to be allowed to outfit. No drug or alcohol related charges in the last X years. Weapons and drugs aren't a great combination. That's a felony. So if you got drug charges from last year and you're carrying guns for customers, probably a conflict of interest. The surety bond we already discussed. Insurance, 1 million, 2 million aggregate. It doesn't cost a ton. Most guys don't even know where to get it. In 13 seasons, I've never, actually 17 seasons, I've never had to use it. Not one time, but I have it because that's what we have it for. These things are going to offer protection to the people that are the landowners and the consumers that are coming here from out of state. And that's not even about money so much. It's about vacation time. We only have so much time here on this earth, and we want to make it as clean as we can. And that's where I get into some of this new stuff that nobody's ever really done in other states that I know of. I do believe in this. In an application to be an outfitter in this state, I think that we should have the people that want to be an outfitter submit the application and say, here's my lease. I've got it for the next 3 years, so that in this unit, you can't draw every year. Like every year, I've guys not draw. They usually go to Nebraska, but sometimes they want to roll over because they just want to hunt here and that's it. Well, if I take $5,000 from a group of 4 for a quarter of it down, you follow, and then next year that lease goes away, or so-and-so finds a different job, then that lease is gone. Then how are they going to facilitate that hunt besides cheating and knocking on property that they don't even have permission on, just trying to get through it and run through the motions? So providing a lease, I think, isn't going to be very hard for anybody who's really in the business. I mean, you have to lease land to be an outfitter. So I would say 3-year minimum on land for whitetail, with a minimum of, I did this last night, I'm thinking 640 acres. One section of ground, you could run 10 hunters a year. Not well, but the right section of ground, you could have 2 for muzzleloader. You could have, you get to 10 pretty easy and really in the business. Sorry. Okay. So yeah, I think that these are some things that, I mean, with mule deer, you got a mule deer hunter over here. If you don't have 4 sections of ground to hunt muleys on, you're hoping you're not hunting. And hunting and hoping go hand in hand. But if you don't have 4 sections and the muleys are just there where they're at. You need sections everywhere to be able to go glass and go find the animals. If they don't have at least 4 sections of ground, they shouldn't be operating a mule deer operation. We're talking about ducks and geese. They need a goose pit. They need a duck blind on the lake, but deer is different. Same with turkey. I'm getting close to the end, guys, and thank you for being patient with me. The other things here, I think, outfitter complicity and unreported crimes. I think we should be charged. If the outfitter sees the guy screwing up, shooting a mule deer, you can call any game warden I've dealt with. I call in everybody. I called my 5-year-old son in for shooting the turkey with a 410. He got 2 in 1 shot. I'm like, who's going to believe this? They got one kid shoots a 410 and gets a Jake, and then the hen over here just fell over dead. Like, I just, how did it even happen? But I reported him. So I report everybody, but I don't think everybody's like that. I think people get nervous and they don't want to, they don't want to lose a customer, and I don't care. I'll lose anybody. I don't want to lose sleep with you guys following me around saying I broke a law. If you make it tight on us and I already do it myself, but not many do, to make these crimes reported, and they don't report it, take away their license. And the last thing is if we do end up going down this road, I would ask and beg that you guys would give people, including myself, a 120-day window, because if you decide to pick this up and run with it, January, the first quarter of the year is when all the hunting expos are all the way across the country. Everybody's applying. It's tax season. Everybody's thinking about this year. And most of those shows are February, March, April at the latest. So if you guys install this right away, there won't be anybody be able to start, unless you give them a window, say applications in, you can act as such for 120 and then carry on. There's a million other things I could add to it, but those are some of the things I thought you guys might agree with. So,
Okay.
What would you think a fair application fee would be?
$500 would be almost too easy. I'm not that I have a lot of money, but if you're dealing with hunters that are really paying you $3 to $5 grand, you can cough that up. I'd say if you really want to get rid of the riffraff, $1,250, $1,500, something like that. I mean, make them really want it, and make them go out and get a contract, have a contract made, and make it a professional business, because it is. It is. And I apologize for my appearance. I actually got dressed at Vanderbilt's about 25 minutes ago. I put on bloody jeans and I'm like, no, they're not gonna take me serious, and Crocs. So, it's nonstop business. And during hunting season, it's hard to keep everything straight as it is, but I got a little sidetracked there on the clothes, but yeah, I was just apologizing for my appearance in here because it's just, I've been hunting nonstop for 30 days with all these people and I just started to peter out and then magically you guys are in Colby. It's like, I gotta go, you know, it's like it all came together for me to be here to present that. But again, I've been saying that for years and years. And I also wanted to go to the US Fish and Wildlife and ask them, but that's a different ball of wax. I think the states should handle it personally, in my opinion, because all states are different. You know, you look at Alaska and they got guides that are required for certain animals in certain zones. They know their stuff. Well, I don't think we want the feds having a blanket. But if there's feds in here, I don't mean to say that, but I'm just saying you guys know your animals better than everybody else. So the last thing I want to say is that I think that it would be good for us to be able to record how many hunters came in, how many of them shot deer, what deer they got. I can tell you if they got a muley or a whitetail, what unit, what county. You guys can full accountability, and then I'll help you guys with your, I don't know, maybe you guys already get that information somehow, some way when people check them in. But I think that if people are reporting deer and they have 20 customers, but they only killed 4 deer, we should have a standard. If you can't hit 55% in this state, you shouldn't be outfitting. The worst year I ever had here was 2020. I hit 67%, not dead deer, but shots fired. Misses happen. I'll take those. But you know, if you can't get in the over 50%, 50% is good in some parts of the country. Out here, it sucks, period. I've been doing it long enough to know if you're going to be guiding people, you better be doing 1 out of 2, better be getting a shot. And the shot may be a deer at 30 yards. If they don't get a shot through the trees. That's just the way it is. We count those things. But if we have a book and we keep an accountability for you, I keep my own scores anyway, because I like showing it off, you know, but I think everybody should be required to. And then if they're killing too many deer in that county, maybe we can, you know, I don't know. There's a lot of things we could do with it, but if you want to have somebody on your board that'll volunteer his time for the better of everything else, because if outfitters are cleaner, it makes my job easier and everybody else's. I'll volunteer my time. I don't need anything out of this. So that's all I got, unless you guys got questions.
Well, is there any other questions?
I have a question. In your eyes, out of state outfitters, it appears that we have a lot more coming into the state.
Absolutely.
And what's your opinion on that? Is it an outfitter from out of state? Should we hold them accountable at a higher degree than what we would an in-stater?
At a higher degree, I don't know. I think I'd leave it up to you guys on the enforcement side. I don't know, but I do think you should hold them accountable. There should be some complicity there, if that's a word, where if they screw up, even if they're not here, because a lot of those guys are just in Florida or Kentucky. I know one right now, but I'm not going to say their name.
Sure.
But they outfit everywhere because they got a bunch of money. They're just throwing at releases and they're running deer mills. You know, they're putting 20 guys in the camp and then they go out and they kill 4 deer and they make a bunch of cash, but they don't tell anybody about sucking at 16 other hunters and they go home. Or if they even have they might have somebody here running that camp. I outfit just here in Nebraska. Nebraska is 3 hours from my door. I can get up there and back in a day, and I do a good job up there. It's doable. But if you're living in Tennessee and you're trying to outfit here, how are you doing that? You know, what's your full-time job? Maybe in the application, what do you do for a living? Are you a full-time outfitter? Do you have staff to facilitate this hunt? Great question, because there is a lot of that, mostly on the east side, but still Kansas. It all comes back on us. So yeah, I think they should be held accountable like everybody else. And maybe outfitters can be held accountable for somebody else's mistakes. I just assume that when we make a mistake, we turn it in and it is what it is. It's when you hide the mistake, it becomes poaching. It seems like a lot of times, you know, and this state's been very fair about mistakes and when you call them in. But I would definitely think that the out-of-state guys should have, maybe not special circumstances, but definitely starting with that should be maybe the main point. We need to start regulation because these guys are coming from Kentucky.
Exactly.
And how can they make a quality hunt if they don't live here? How can they claim that if you're really claiming to have good intel on these deer, why don't you show us how you're getting that intel? Do you have somebody working over here? Or are you over here all the time? Just show us, you know, providing trail cam pictures of dead deer that you actually guided, like your friend's deer from next door last year, whatever, picture of you from 19 years ago. See somebody over next to me with a picture of him when he's a kid. I'm like, dude, just because you know how to shoot a deer doesn't mean the client does. It's completely different coaching people than being a good hunter. I suck at hunting. I'm great at coaching. So there's some people are the other way. They're great at hunting. And then they think that everybody else is going to believe that they can come there and do the same thing. And it just isn't the same. You know, you're just like football coach, you know, or in football camp, you might be able to go in there and play in football camp, but the other guys that got more experience are going to eat your lunch for you, you know? I think that if you're presenting it to be a trophy hunt, these deer are all massive and it's only you holding the deer, you should be selling books not guided trips because you're a superstar if you're killing them all legitimately. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So, and that's debatable. You know, they all look the way they look sometimes, but yeah.
Thanks for your.
Okay. Any other questions?
Your camp is where at?
Well, I'm all over. I just got a new one on the way here today in Oakley. So I got ground in Oakley, just south of there, K&K Ranch. And, you know that area? You're over at Oakley, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we got a new camp there. Kyle Hemmert, K&K, all bizarre ground on both sides of the interstate. So that's the closest one to us. And then between Hoxie and Hill City, we've got thousands of acres over there too. Graham County, Sheridan and Norton. And then we got a bunch in Nebraska and Lincoln County and Custer County as well. And I am, you know, I float around, but the way these guys are hunting with me is semi-guided. I just say, here's the property, here's the maps, here's the deer, and they go hunt. But so it is.
Is there an outdoor guides registration in Nebraska?
No, there's not one up there either. In fact, I was surprised when I got to both. I was kind of shocked, and I kind of liked it at first. I'm like, I don't have to jump through the Department of Regulatory Agencies. Takes forever to get the applications through. I get it, but after a little while, I started seeing these scams like at Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. I didn't know we had 30 outfitters in Kansas. Still, I went there, and it's like bright lights, and I was just like, oh my, I'm toast. Dude, the first time I went there, we had 30 outfitters there, and every year I go back, there's brand new faces. There's a couple that are there every year, but there's mostly a revolving door. And when those doors get revolving, if they sold one hunt, guess who's getting messed up in that? Whoever bought that hunt from them, right? I'm not saying every time, but that's the case a lot of times. It's just, it's kind of a, I hate to say it and give myself this paint with this brush, but it's kind of a flunky business, you know? I can go grab my camera and call myself a photographer, but I still suck at it. I like it, but I'm not a photographer. I'm a wannabe photographer. So if you're going to be an outfitter, you got to prove that you know what you're doing, or at least have the land to facilitate it, to bring guys in who will do semi-guided that have that talent. Because there's a market there too. There's a lot of guys that just want good ground. It's a couple cameras out, let me at them.
So correct me if I'm wrong, as an outfitter, you have property that these hunters from wherever want to come and hunt on. Are you with each and every one of those crews, or do you have somebody that is with them, or how does that work?
Yes and no. So in 13 years out here, I've had a lot of clients that come here that want to go to the same cabin, hunt the same place. They just like dealing with us because they know they don't have to scout. And then we meet them over there. We shake hands, show them where the stands are at, show them what deer we know live in the area that, you know, last month or two we've seen. So they have an idea what's out there. I mean, I usually tell them these deer, tell them where they were a month ago. I don't know where they are now, but here's the quality, here's the range. And there's a freak show hanging around somewhere. You know, this is something that could be here, but I wouldn't hold out for them. Give them a little insight. And then I usually go home and text them at night, see how they're doing. And when they get a deer, I always tell them to call me from the stand or text me from the stand and give me some certain information before we get there to track. But we're there, but we're not in the camp with them.
Okay.
So we just, not the way we're set up. If we had one big ranch and 30,000 acres around it, that'd be different. But the way that I'm set up, I got 8 different camps spread out over 6 counties, and it wouldn't be possible to do that.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, you have given us some good ideas. Honestly, we've heard them before, and that's not to take away from their merit. Part of the problem is we tried this maybe 20 years ago to try to regulate outfitters. The legislature, I think, took it away from us, put it with the Department of Commerce, and the Department of Commerce and the particular political advocates of that move were more interested in making it a cheap free-for-all. And we decided we didn't really, first of all, it's not really our department that regulates this. We almost have to be invited in.
I see.
And number two, when we were invited in, we tried to game or stop some of the system gaming, and it didn't work. An example is there's an outfitter like you, and then he has so many agents that work under his guide license or under his certificate or under his whatever approval he had at the time. And so you just had everybody running around not paying any fees because they didn't want to spend the money. So yes, I think it'd be a good idea. And I think the public that hunts and does not use outfitters, I think there is a clamor that we need to regulate this as well. But there are 2 different groups of sportsmen. There's the basic resident who hunts wherever he can. And he kind of takes what's left over after the outfitters have paid a more aggressive lease rate. And that particular person doesn't worry so much about your interests.
Right.
And so those people are pecking at us with some regularity.
Sure.
So I think it needs to be done, but I don't exactly know how we're going to be able to be the ones to take the ball and run with it. Brad?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Brad Lovelace, Secretary. So we have been having these conversations. Chairman Lauber gave you a great history. What we've been doing recently, last 2 years, and meeting with Kansas Guide and Outfitters, and sorry, we didn't have you on our list. We're glad to include you. Trying to create a dialogue there about how we can do this better.
Yeah.
Where we've been at, given our history with the legislature and their priorities for us. We've been having a discussion about if you all would want to band together and kind of self-regulate. We would be glad to help you with that and coach you and partner with you on that. That seems like kind of the best path forward, but we're still having the conversation. We actually invited Guides and Outfitters a couple commission meetings ago to visit directly.
Right.
And again, sorry we missed you on
Oh,
that,
it's
but
okay.
we'll get your contact information and like to include you in this dialogue. These are all good ideas.
Cool. Very cool. I'd like to be a help to you guys if I can. And like I said, I'll be your point man. If you want to blame it on this guy, I don't mind stirring the pot. I kind of enjoy it, but I just, I see it every year. The guys popping up and then they're gone. And like, what happened to the guys that they had? Actually, I saw it happen this year and I won't get into particulars. It was close to home, but sad to see. These guys met through me and then they spun off and they stabbed in the back, maybe in the face. I haven't healed yet. And these two guys have come through with me and killed. One of them had 470 inches of deer in 3 hunts. And he stabbed me in the back to go with the other guy. And the other guy was a sweet talker, very good. And I won't say his name, but he is good at that. And then he went to his place and got a little 2-year-old deer and they're on their site saying the same things I'm saying. We're not posting pictures of deer because we don't want our neighbors to shoot them. I'm like, dude, okay, that's cool. And then we're only shooting mature deer because I'm a wildlife biologist. And then they pop 3 2-year-old deer off of our borders, all of them. And I had them all on my camera alive. And I'm like, am I seeing this right? Like it's not that hard to find land. This is a big state, and to your point about, the hunters who feel like we're taking all the property. I've done the math. Graham County may be a little more than 1% now because we just signed a really big lease up there. But I mean, it's like 1%, less than 1% of every county I'm in on a lease. But I get blamed for about 95% of the deer that don't get shot. And the other people that say, oh, that Tim, she's shooting all the deer. And like, I'm really not. We do it every year and we spread out. I'm averaging about 6 deer per county right now. And I leave a lot of money on the table. I mean, as I have to have that wiggle room. Somebody wins a doe over here or wins something, the whole property is toast, and then you got to move on to the next one. So,
well, the percentage may be 1%. The highly desired habitat is generally a lot higher.
that's a good point.
Because, you can have 1,000-acre hay meadow and 80 acres of timber with a creek down it. One's going to have a lot more deer, and yet the number of acres are less.
That's true.
Well, anyway, we'll try to reach out to you as we have more of these.
Cool.
I would like for you to maybe talk to some other outfitters and see about getting some sort of a guide organization that you maybe police your own
Sure.
until we figure out how to take care of it ourselves.
I can do that.
So I would encourage you to do that.
I don't have a lot that I have to consider allies or guys that I trust, but I'll lean out to them and reach out to them and see what they'll do. My guess is I'm busy,
Well,
Nobody
I
wants to be watched.
understand, but then they also have some of the same questions and same concerns that you do.
I mean, after this meeting's over, if you happen to know of any of them, I'd be happy to spearhead it and call the ones that are open to it. And if you can't do that, I'll also,
Yeah, we can provide contact of who met with us at the previous meetings.
that'd be awesome. I could reach out to them, no problem. And then we'll form an alliance and show you guys what it is. I
All
think
right.
from our side, we just kind of know what protects the consumers, and being in this, seeing it every day. So
Well, thank you.
thank you guys.
Did you get your contact information on the finance?
I did. I actually brought business cards today too. I really have my poop in a group today. Do you want me to just leave you a card or? Okay.
Commissioner Spore, I disagree a little bit with the commission on whether it's our job or not to regulate. If it's against the law to commercial hunt on public lands, how do our people know whether they're an outfitter or not?
Township range and section lines on the
How do
contract.
we know if Cheyenne Bottoms, you can't guide on public lands, but that's been an issue all along is how do you know? If we don't have a registration and some way to track, how do we know?
No, they're not just
We
down there
don't.
doing it anyway.
And that's the problem is we don't know.
Right.
It's one of the only unregulated industries in the state of Kansas
Right.
is outfitting.
That's a big industry too.
And how do you know? How do landowners know?
They
When
don't.
somebody comes to the porch and says, hey, we want to hunt geese on you. And then they show up and jacked up trucks and trailers and then all of a sudden the guy goes, well, I didn't know you were an outfitter. Well, he didn't tell him he was an outfitter. I think it needs regulated. I'm with you, Tim. I think we need a state registration, whether it be us or who does it. I don't know why we couldn't do it. We do all kinds of other regulations. I don't know why we couldn't do it.
And if you guys
Thank
know
you.
the contract and the landowner, you guys can also follow up with them. You see the proprietary information that they do have a lease for 3 years. Here's the topo maps of it on Onyx, and you can tell that it's the terrain's right. It's a good fit. We could have formulas for that, but usually just a quick oversight with somebody who has a biology degree or somebody that knows deer or whatever a game they're chasing could say that's sufficient to outfit on. But no, you're 100% right about that, because they go out. It just happened by us. They didn't have it leased. I called the landowner and said, that deer I have on camera and I'm pretty sure I know where they got the picture from too. We did put it all together. And she said, well, we didn't lease that. I said, well, that's interesting because they sure shot a deer over there. And now there's a sign up there that's got a purple border on it. And I think they told them, this is my assumption, maybe I'm wrong, but I think they said, yeah, you can go hunting, go ahead and go hunting. They're not about paying to hunt. And then they probably slapped them there and said, oh no, you can't guide though. Like once they got caught doing it. So they gained permission thinking, oh, now we got 10,000 acres. Right. But did you really tell them what you were doing in there? And landowners don't want to have paying hunters on their property. They're not going to have you in there, period. But the way I tell some people, they say, I don't want money. I say, well, I make money, so I'll give it to you. And if you want to give it to the church on Sunday, that's up to you. But I'm not going to be able to sleep if I don't give you money that I'm earning to hunt on your property. And then they usually, okay, makes sense. I don't want to keep it all. It's not fair, So yeah, I like it. So you guys get a hold of me. And again, if you want me to be a rep on this side or the state or whatever, I'm very interested. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I don't mean to be rude and leave, but I gotta get my little children now. So see you guys.
Is there any other individuals who'd like to make a comment on non-agenda items? Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm Gary Adrian, Mayor Colby. Welcome to our new facility and so glad you're using this facility. But I want to thank you personally for what we've done at Villa High to make that a family area. You see young families spending quality time catching fish. And it's just been such a big plus for Colby and people walking around the walking trail. It's been money so well spent and is truly used. And thank you very much for your help.
Well, thank you. Is there any other non-agenda items, public questions, comments? Is there any on Zoom?
Doesn't look like it, Commissioner.
Okay. Let's start in on the department report, but before we get there, it is my recollection that the January meeting is going to have a different start time.
Gonna go to noon?
We're going to start at noon and we're going to go straight through rather than have a break in the afternoon. We will have the public hearing first because we need to publish the public hearing portion of our meeting instead of having it last, starting at 6:30. We're going to have it first. That will give the public an opportunity to communicate with us right before we vote. Once the public hearing is over, then we'll start the other general discussion, the secretary's remarks and the other information. I propose that at the start of the session after public hearing, that we open it up for any non-agenda items at that point. And at the end of all the business that we've taken care of that afternoon, I'm going to propose that we offer one more opportunity in the afternoon for public comment, either by way of Zoom or live. That way there will be two opportunities for non-agenda items. There will be the mandatory open discussion before the public hearing. And hopefully we can streamline the meeting without having it drug out quite so long. So starting in January, the meeting will begin at noon instead of 1 o'clock. All right. Brad, you want to give us the agency and state fiscal status report?
I would be glad to, Mr. Chair. Brad Lovelace, Secretary. I would like to ask a favor first, and I apologize for taking me 4 years to think of this. Every meeting, we have folks from the part of the state where we're as well as folks who've driven a long ways to report. Some people don't get recognized in the course of the meeting. So if it'd be okay with you, I'm wondering if our staff that are represented here today could quickly just identify themselves and where they're from for the benefit of the audience as well as the commission. Would that be okay?
I think it's fine.
Okay, maybe we'll start on that side with Kent.
Steve Jasker, big game coordinator, Emporia.
Wildlife biology technician here in Colby.
Steve Farrell, regional supervisor. Jim Porter, administrator at Prairie Dog State Park. Brian Howard, partner. Wesley Boyce, actually, training officer. Brian Sowards, Fisheries Division Director out of Pratt. Rich Oldenson, the Wildlife Resource Supervisor.
Okay.
Dave Spalsbury, Northwest Kansas District Fisheries Biologist out of Supervisor. Scott Waters, I'm the Western Region Fisheries Supervisor based out of Hayes. The District Wildlife Biologist out of the Colby office.
Good.
I'm okay if that is just a regular feature of all of our meetings.
I agree with you. I think it should be. So I appreciate your receptivity to that, and we'll continue that trend. Thank you. So agency and fiscal status. The fiscal year 2023 started July 1st. Agency budget is approximately $98.8 million for all divisions and efforts combined. Park fee fund revenue is derived from entrance and camping fee and annual vehicle passes to our state parks. Revenue for the first 4 months of the fiscal year was just shy of $3.6 million, or $370,000 less than the previous 5-year average revenue for the same 4-month period. Of course, we've been through a couple of extraordinary years with COVID. Cash balance in the park fee fund at the end of October was $8.5 million, so healthy. Cabin revenue, that's parks and public lands combined, is from the rental of cabins located in both the state park system and our public land locations. Cabin net revenue for the first 4 months of the fiscal year was approximately $322,000. That's about a 32% decline from the previous 3 years average. Wildlife fee fund is derived from the sale of hunting and fishing licenses, big game permits, tags, et cetera, to hunters and anglers both. Wildlife fee fund revenue for the fiscal year was $1.07 million by the end of October. This includes a $2.7 million deficit in the month of July due to a delay in reimbursements to unsuccessful big game applicants until after the beginning of the new fiscal year. and the least revenue for July in the past decade. So that $2.7 million difference was largely just a function of a new licensing system and some delays we had as a result of that. Cash balance in the wildlife fee fund has been reduced by 10.35 million since the beginning of the fiscal year. Boat fee fund. This revenue is derived from boat registrations. The boating fee fund is necessary to provide boating safety, education, and access infrastructure to protect and support the boating public. Fiscal year 2023 receipts to date are about $418,000. That's a decline from the previous year by 18%. Currently, the agency is awaiting response to the proposed fiscal year 2024 budget request. And in fact, we were working on that just prior to this meeting, working with our division of budget and for our submittal. And it's a back and forth process that we're in the middle of right now. But so far, we're optimistic that our budget request will be allowed. But we're in the middle of that right now. With that, I'd stand for any questions, Mr. Chair.
Anybody have any questions for Brad? Any questions from the public, from Zoom? Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Now we'll go to the regulation procession discussion, of which we have a very thick handout that I haven't even begun to try to digest yet.
In case you have trouble sleeping tonight, that publication is good for a snooze. Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are actually two documents that relate to what I'm going to talk about now. The first one is a little thin, about 4 pages, and it's a copy of the PowerPoint that Jason's got up on the screen right now. And the thicker document is the handbook that is part of the Department of Administration review process. Those are the standards by which every regulation that is submitted to the process gets submitted to, in terms of formatting and grammar and punctuation and all those sorts of things. What I wanted to talk about today is something that we've talked about in smaller doses several times at the commission level, and also internally at the agency level, because the regulation promulgation process has really fallen on hard times the last 8 to 10, 12 months. The process for most of that period of time is ground to what basically amounted to a halt, because the regulations are not moving through the process. There have been several reasons for that: some changes in personnel, some changes in process, a proposed change to the Constitution that would have given the legislature the ability to basically yank any regulation out of process and prohibit an agency from promulgating it, which luckily did not get adopted at the time of the election, narrowly. And the one thing that I would say about that, the noise of their next attempt to do the same thing is already out there. So that will not be a one and done in terms of that attempt to change the authority that agencies have to regulate. But at any rate, there have been enough problems and enough changes with the process so that we as an agency have got to look at some options and consider some things that we wouldn't necessarily have to if everything was moving smoothly along. Jason, you can flip it. And there are both challenges and opportunities, I think. As an agency, we are very much dependent on rules and regulations and frequent changes and amendments to rules and regulations. Obviously, seasons and bag limits and changes in hunting areas and fishing areas and creel limits and length limits and all sorts of things that are changed oftentimes on an annual basis make us very much dependent on regulations. And the process by which we change them or adopt new ones. And due to the fact that that process has basically been through a period of time where the wheels have fallen off, we've got to consider some options in terms of how we as an agency make ourselves better able to withstand that sort of issue in terms of that promulgation process. Obviously, we have very little control over the external process. That's the process where after the reg leaves the agency, it goes to the Department of Administration. When it's through that part of the editing process, it goes to the Attorney General's office. When it completes the review at the Attorney General's office, it goes to the Division of Budget. And then from the Division of Budget, it goes to the Secretary of State's office. So there's a lot of other agencies involved in the process. And as I say, we have very little control over anything that happens in that part of the process. But I think there are some opportunities internally where we can do some things that make us a lot more able to withstand the kind of slowdowns and stoppages in the process that we've had to endure the last few months. And also to anticipate some of those things in the future. One thing that is somewhat comforting is that we are not alone in terms of the issues with the process. Every state agency, and in fact, some apparently have suffered more as a result of what's taken place the last year roughly than we have. So it's not that we've been singled out, it's that the process as a whole has just basically ceased to function for much of the last few months. One of the things that we've talked about internally that I think is important for us to consider, and also lots of different manners in which we might be able to accomplish some of this, is durability of regulations. We have, like I say, many regulations that are changed annually. In fact, we have one regulation in the last calendar year that was amended 3 times. And when the process is not working, 3 changes in one regulation is a killer, because that's just 3 times bad in terms of fighting the process. So one of the things that I really think we need to think about kind of expansively is how we can make our regulations so that they don't require updating as frequently. And I've talked to some of the program folks and heard some examples from other states where that's something that's probably doable and something that we're going to look at so that we don't have to rely on an external process that we can't control for every annual cycle. Because that makes us very vulnerable when our agency function is dependent upon somebody else's actions. It leaves us very vulnerable. In addition to making the regulations that we have more durable or more flexible or longer lasting or broader application, I think we also need to think about alternatives to regulations. That being said, there will never be a time when we don't rely on regulations. They're an essential part of the process. They're an absolute requirement to make statutes enforceable or usable sometimes, because there are a lot of gaps in statutory law that requires some fleshing out or further expansion or explanation to make them something that can be enforced or applied. So we're never going to be to a point where we don't require regulations in the process. But that being said, there are some options or some other ways that we can accomplish what we need to accomplish as an agency in some situations without going through the formal promulgation external process. Some of those are secretary's orders, enforcement of statutory provisions as written, and other things that we can consider in terms of other ways to accomplish our agency purposes. But one of the things that I hope this presentation does today is just starts the conversation. I don't have solutions to the problems that I'm talking about. And I don't think that any of them are going to be things that we can rapidly resolve or solve. But I hope that we can get the conversation started and get everybody engaged in that process because I expect that there'll be a lot of ideas that come up that will be very helpful and meaningful to the process. I think the opportunities that we have will also streamline a lot of the process at the commission meeting level. And some of those actually are already taking place. The January meeting, the agenda changes there are a step in that very direction in terms of streamlining it. In addition, one of the things that we've also internally tried to get started already is reducing the redundancy of the presentations from the program people for regulations that are in work in the process. Because what's happened the last several months, since the regulations are taking so long to get through the process, staff are basically presenting multiple times on regulations that you guys could probably do the presentations yourselves. You've heard them enough times so that there's no reason that any of us know of to continue to run that same presentation over and over and over again unless there's a question. And in a situation where we've got an undetermined amount of time for the promulgation of that reg, once it gets to the point where the commission has no further questions about what is in that reg, then they'll become my responsibility to stand up and just inform everyone that they're in process. So we will not take them off the agenda. They will continue to be on our agenda, but they won't continue to get workshopped over and over and over again past the point of anybody having any questions in terms of the information. So that's one of the opportunities that I think will be a big plus for the commissioners, for the agenda, and for the folks presenting. Something else that I think is really critical is that we improve the transparency of the process internally. It's been something that I don't think has been really well known, and that's part of the reason why I gave everybody a copy of that handbook today, just so that I'm not trying to turn you into editors, but I want you to be familiar with the standards that the regulations, every draft of a regulation is submitted to that set of rules, that 80 some pages in that book. And I want everybody in the process to be familiar with that, because I think it's important to understand that. Whether we're talking about a regulation or whether we're defending the process to somebody, it's important that everybody understand just how heavily scrutinized every regulation is when it comes through. I was going to bring some of the drafts that we get back from the editors to show you how much red ink. It's amazing. I mean, if you were a second grader and you got a paperback that looked like that from your teacher, you'd be planning on going back to first grade. Yeah, because they work them over. And not only do we get edited on the new language that we're incorporating in an amended reg or a new reg, we also get edited on old language. So it may be language that's been in a regulation for 20 years, but when it gets submitted back to the process, it's all fair game. So it's a very thorough, very in-depth, very, very deep edit that we have to deal with on all of these. And that's something that I want everybody to be familiar with. We're also going to do a better job of making sure that the program people that draft the regulations, I mean, the technical knowledge that goes into the regulation all comes from the program people. And historically, they have not had much involvement with the regulation once they hand it off to the legal people. And I think that's a problem and a mistake, because I think that they should be aware of where it's at in the process and what's taking place in the editing, and also be copied on what's happening so that they're aware. Also in the area of transparency, I would like to see us develop a tracking system so that every regulation from the time it started in the process of drafting is in a tracking system that everybody internally in the agency can participate in, as far as knowing where something's at and knowing what stage of the process is. Because when we've got a bunch of regulations in the works at the same time, it becomes kind of a chore to keep up with where everything's at. And that tracking system would help us a lot, not only at the drafting and promulgation stage, but we've kind of discovered that we don't always do the best job of distributing that information within the agency after we get a reg finalized. Because there are a lot of people in the agency that rely on the information that comes out of a reg when it's promulgated, from the licensing section to the enforcement people to everybody. And one of the things that we've discovered in these conversations is we can do a lot better job of taking the final version and making sure that that information and the explanation of the significance of the change makes it to everybody in the process. So I think we've got some real opportunities for some improvements that come out of this process. Some of it is probably in the category of what we need to do to be able to thrive and survive. But some of it's actually opportunities to make it better also. But what I hope you all do is hang on to this little handout. And every time you have an idea of something that you think could possibly help us improve the process, write it down and let us know. Because like I say, this is going to be an ongoing thing. This is not something that we're going to have completed in 6 weeks or 6 months or maybe 6 years. It'll be an ongoing improvement process that we've already started on, but I don't anticipate it'll be anything that's finished anytime soon. Does anybody have any questions for me?
I have one. When you refer to durability, what an example of that, let's say we have bag limits on upland game that hasn't changed in years. To have the regulation say until such time is modified or something like that, to where we don't have to do it next year?
Possibly. And I've also thought of a possible situation where a regulation in a situation like that could also make reference to a secretary's or a commission order. So the regulation can set out that this number, whatever we're talking about numbering, shall be established. And then rather than going back and have to change that number every time, the number can be recorded someplace else under another type of authority. But that's a perfect example of it. And I really anticipate that we're going to come up with a lot of ideas that we never really explored too much. The trend, and it's a good trend, because when you promulgate a regulation, you've basically gone through a great deal of formality to turn something into a document that has the force and effect of law. Technically, a regulation has just as much authority as a statute does, although the regulation is premised on the statutory authority. And that's a good thing. That's a good thing because the process is thorough and everybody gets the opportunity to stand up and have input and all of that. Publication is important, all of that. But not every element of every standard requires that depth in terms of process. And when that process is choking us down as it has been, that's what has prompted us to look for ways to convey the information. We certainly want to make the information known to everybody, but not all of it needs to go through that depth in terms of the formality of the process.
I'm familiar, we have an occasional secretary's order, and I'm familiar with that. Are we allowed to have commissioner's orders?
Well, I've never seen one, but the statutes include authority that's specific to the commission.
I mean, I guess my point would be, if there are certain things that for example, we had talked about having a draw for non-resident turkey hunters. Now, that was supposed to be done in a certain amount of time, and somehow I have a feeling it's missed that deadline. So if we wanted to have accomplished that last fall or a couple months ago, if we could have done a commission order that this is what we're going to do, we wouldn't have had to gone through quite as much lead time to be able to get that accomplished.
Yeah. Well, Gerald, what I would say is going to happen in every instance, regardless of what the topic or the particular issue is, we're going to have to start and look at the statutory authority. Then we're going to have to look at the regulatory authority and basically just decide where we are in terms of the specific authority to do so. In some cases, I would say there's going to be a gap there that we're not going to be able to overcome without something that is significant in terms of a filler. In other cases, if the statutory authority is clear that the commission or the secretary are vested with specific authority in an area, it doesn't really require anything further if the statute doesn't leave any questions. So it's going to be a case by case kind of review in terms of what we're talking about and what we feel comfortable with in terms of the authority that we've got already in hand.
Any other questions?
I got a question or clarification. The streamlining or the elimination of redundancy, you mentioned that if there's, once it's workshop, if there's no questions, we'll just report it as in process. But will we still workshop it twice in every case?
That is going to be between the commission and
Okay.
the technical staff folks.
Okay,
Because I don't think there's any way to say for sure on a specific, it's going to be issue dependent also.
so do we deal with that at every meeting as we workshop something? Do we suggest we need another workshop?
That would probably be very helpful information to the folks
Okay.
that are presenting.
How do you see that, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, we've had some things that have been workshopped so much. We've cracked jokes about it.
Oh, we've worn the hide off of them. Yeah, no
And
doubt.
so I would like to see something like that, streamline this thing, because we have to have staff members leave their office. In some cases, they wouldn't be here. They leave their office, they come to workshop something for the 5th time. And it's just inefficient.
Sure. And you know, there's a lot of timing involved with the whole process because, you know, if you think about it, the internal commission part includes the workshopping and all that information exchange there and idea exchange and you know, opinions coming back from you folks to the folks that introduced the issue. At the point that they submit the draft of the regulation to legal, we do our edit job on it and submit it to the process. It's the external part of the process. Once that regulation has been submitted to the external promulgation process, our opportunity to change it has basically dried up. There's a provision in the law that says that you can make minor changes that basically are typographical or of non-significance in terms of the language. If we had a major change in terms of the content of that regulation that's already been submitted, we'd have two choices. We'd either have to withdraw it from the review process and bring it back and change it, or we'd have to wait for it to go through the review process and then appeal to change it at that point. And those are not very promising, those in the process reviews. So the reality is we don't have a lot of opportunity to make any change anyway, once it's submitted to the formal promulgation process. So it's kind of a matter of timing internally and then the process externally. So by and large, most of the time, what we hope for is that the issues are going to be resolved before we begin the process. So the number of times something is workshopped is absolutely critical to that part. You know, we don't want to start a regulation in the process before we're sure that the commission is behind what's in the regulation, in other words.
I need some clarification now. So does that mean that like at a public hearing, should we get public input, have good reason to make an amendment to that? Can we still do that? Or because it's already gone through the process to that point, is that a problem then?
It would be a problem if the change is anything significant.
Just start again, right?
Basically, yeah. I mean, if somebody points out that we've misspelled a word or something that should have been a 4 was misprinted as a 9 and possibly something slightly more significant than that, but any substantial changes are going to require us to go back through the process again. Because if you think about it, that final public hearing basically is on the regulation as cast. So any changes at that point are basically either going to restart the process if they're substantial or be so insignificant that it's just a typo. We don't have the ability to say, okay, let's do a do-over on this at the public hearing stage. You know, we're going to change it, you know, from November to October and July. No.
So those, excuse me, so those changes cannot be made at the meeting and then resubmitted back to us or to whoever for approval? Could that be done?
We would have to start the process
Process
over again.
completely over,
We would have to, for example, if that happened, if we had a regulation that's been cleared through the process,
right?
came back to the commission for the public hearing, and somebody stood up and made a point and said, oh, no, this is incorrect, this is wrong, this needs to be changed.
Mhm.
If the commissioners agreed with that, then that regulation would have to be
Resubmitted,
redrafted
right?
and then resubmitted.
So here's a major problem with that is that this stuff doesn't get put out to the public until it's ready for a public hearing. Most of the folks don't know what we're proposing until it's at the end. So they don't have a really good opportunity to have input till it comes to public hearing. You know,
Well,
personal history prior, part of the reason my background or history in being here is because one of the parts, my first interaction with the commission, I saw a newspaper article, public hearing on this issue. And I had serious concerns about how that issue was going to impact public lands and myself and other hunters. So I go to the public hearing. Well, the vote didn't happen because of some of the input that I shared. They went back, revisited it, came back and decided not to proceed with that after gaining some other information. But what I'm trying to say is that we're going to have to do a much better job of getting this stuff in the public before it starts that process then, so that we get the input. One of the bright spots as I was doing my homework and preparing thoughts or questions was that in our regulation summary booklet that's out at all the sporting goods stores, there's a little, I had to look up and see where it was today. There's a little tiny piece in the corner about pending, you know, possible changes. Talks about the trail cam issue and a couple other things. I've gotten several phone calls because people are looking at and reading that, which is a really good news to know that they're looking at it. But they've got some input time now. That's a concern to me, is how are we going to get that information out so we get good public input before it goes to this process?
And see,
We-
my understanding of workshopping these things at least twice was we do it at public meetings.
Mhm.
And that is part of the opportunity for the public to be
Absolutely.
aware of what we're considering. So if we take away that, give
That's
ourselves,
not what I was suggesting that. If you think about the issues that we've had in the last few months.
no, I know where we've gone beyond two.
Oh, yeah.
We do them over and over and over again, but well, I thought you were saying we could decide after the first time whether we wanted to have a second, third, or fourth time. And it seems to me we want to keep the 2 times.
At a minute.
And then when it gets to those redundancy, you know, beyond the
Sure.
second time, then.
And
we-
I don't
we
think
can
it needs
decide.
to be a set number either way. There may be regulations that need to be workshopped 5 times, you know, but based on the input from the commission or the public or whoever. So I don't think we need to set a number.
Well, I think that public exposure,
In lieu of a full-blown formal discussion, once we've had these workshops, you're saying that after a couple of times, we could say this matter is still pending and
If it's been submitted. if it's been submitted, and again, it's a matter of timing, because I never know when I'm gonna see a regulation draft come to me. Because that's kind of dependent upon, I think, the input that the commission has given to the staff people that draft the reg. But when they're comfortable that the issues seem to have been settled or resolved, and that they've gotten to a point where they're not changing significantly anymore, then that's typically when the draft of the regulation would come to legal. We give it our once over and then submit it to the promulgation process.
We've passed some amendments over the years that are in the best interest of the agency and the best interest of the commission. And every time we vote for an amendment, your predecessor used to get heartburn. And
That's why, yeah.
so I never really understood just how far we could go on an amendment. And yet the commission, after having new and important facts, may decide that's what's in the best interest of the state.
Sure.
And I don't know how we do that.
Well, the short answer is, if it's very significant, it's probably not going to be an easy fix. The way we do it, if it needs to be done, is we bring the regulation back and redraft it, including the changes, and then start the process again. I mean, it's not something that can't be done. It's very much doable. But the reality of it is that it's just going to add more time to the process. You know, it's because it has to come back and basically start over again.
See, I was always under the impression that, well, okay, if it's the amendment is too much, we can go back and present at the next meeting, present it again with the amendment in it. But that doesn't seem to work.
No.
I'm guessing that there are some legislative malcontents who aren't particularly concerned that we have this terrible bottleneck to get through, and we better be careful on how we do it.
I would say that's probably a safe bet based on my observations. But, and if you think about it, it doesn't happen very frequently in terms of a major change. And that's probably why, and that's probably why my predecessor, you know, his face would probably turn red when somebody starts talking about making changes, because the statute is very specific. You know, it doesn't give us the latitude for anything except a minor change.
Out of the outgrowth and discussion and blah, blah, blah.
Exactly.
And
You've seen that very language, yeah.
we have stretched the outgrowth of discussion to where we're wanting to vote on something different.
Sure. And it's also subject to the consideration of the person that's making that review, you know, at the.
From a practical standpoint, yes, we have workshop sessions, but the public doesn't really zero in on these things until the public hearing. And at that point in time, that's when all the discussion comes up. And sometimes things are brought up at a public hearing that we as a commission hadn't thought about. And so we want to make a change on the fly. Well, Brad.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, Secretary Lovelace. So this has been a great discussion, and I really appreciate Dan putting this forth. It's been a little difficult, though, for you as commissioners, because he's talking hypothetically. He was talking in generalities about how we can make the process better. And all of our conversations about this have been how we be more efficient, more effective with our time. But remember, our first priority is that we get all the appropriate public input and obviously commission input before we ever get to the point where something is done, right? So we'll never sacrifice that. Some of the conversation about maybe being able to shorten some of these is simply in those areas where we sense that there's no conversation ever associated with it. It's kind of a rubber stamp year after year. That's when we're talking, maybe we can make the regulation last for a few years, like Dan mentioned, or we could even shorten the process if basically that's good with everybody. But as soon as it gets controversial or of interest, where we start to get a sense that there's more input,
Mhm.
that's when we say, it takes at least those 3 bites at the apple that we've always held as our standard, or even more, right? If the level of interest dictates that. So we'll always be flexible.
I will try to make the workshop sessions a little more discussion in some of them. For example, we workshop the duck seasons a couple times, but the big discussion comes up towards the tail end at the public hearing. And those discussions are of merit, so they need to come up, and maybe we should make a point to bring those up beforehand so that we aren't faced with making amendments afterwards.
Well, and the waterfowl ones are kind of a unique set anyway, because those aren't contained in our regulation. That's one of the,
Well, they're not contained in our regulations, but they also happen to be very contentious, and there are a lot of opinions on both sides that need to be weighed.
correct, but we don't have to worry about, can we amend this if it's already been started in the process? Because we don't have to run those through the promulgation process. That's the benefit we've got
Well,
with them.
Go ahead.
I'm still confused over amendments we make to regulations at public hearings, and that's happened. And if we pass the regulation as amended, telling me that we really haven't adopted or passed a new regulation, it's got to go through the process and come back to us.
It's got to pass muster in terms of the change.
Okay, but we don't see it again. It's,
Well, if the change is found to be insignificant enough so that it doesn't change the tenor, and Jared, you probably remember this language better than I do, but it can't change the tenor of the meaning of the regulation as approved, because that's their concern. If we run it through the process and it goes through all the filters and it gets approved, and then we bring it back and we change it, then the review that it's been through is kind of meaningless if we've made a significant change.
We've probably passed some amendments that don't really pass muster, just nobody ever said anything.
Possibly, because they're the ones that I've been involved in, and I haven't, there has not been one since I've been here. The ones that I've been involved with before are pretty insignificant. They're not substantive.
and
in
who
terms of-
decides whether it's insignificant or not? Who's
Well, the
making-
Secretary of State's office gets the first
So
review,
they get,
and we'll send it back up the chain to the Department of Administration if they think that there's a problem with it. Because the Secretary of State's office is responsible for the publication and making sure that everything that because they republish it. They publish it first when we put the notice in the register, then they republish it again after the commission approves it. And the Secretary of State's office is responsible for making sure that what was approved is what came through the process.
If you had a reg and you just added a sunset clause to it, is that a significant change?
I would think that's probably going to be significant.
So, Mr. Chair, if I might, Dan, it seemed to me you gave me an example of a change that you would consider to be insignificant when roads that were a boundary for a zone remained the same, but the name changed. You might describe that.
Yeah, well, KDOT changed some street names. And this was in a deer regulation. Levi remembers this one. And nobody noticed that the street names had changed that established the regions until it had already been through the process. The Department of Administration agreed that they could correct those. And that was more in the form of an error that nobody caught than really a change that came from a public hearing or something of that nature. But they changed that without requiring the whole thing to be restarted again. So if it's a correction, there's probably a lot more latitude than if somebody decides that they want to make a material change based on something that has come to light in terms of the continuing discussion.
I think we'll have to make sure that the workshop items are thoroughly discussed, particularly if we have a sense that they may be controversial at a subsequent vote. And then the rest of the time, you and Brad just need to tell us, be mindful of this, be mindful of that. And let's see if we can't limp along in such a way that we can get through this.
Yeah. And correct me, aren't the pending regulations on the website also? When the concept comes up, I mean, so there's, we were talking about public knowledge of what's in the works. I think that they're also on,
Yes. All along, even from the time they're permit in general discussion, those things are out there on our website. Yes, they are.
They have not been there for the last couple of months because I've been looking.
Okay, well, they're out there. The briefing book is out there. So it's out there in, if you look in the commission section, and it's kind of a roundabout way to get there through our website. But if you look in there, I think we could maybe come up with, and then the public affairs usually puts, somewhere posts that the agendas are available. But all those briefing books are out there usually. Yeah, I mean, the briefing book doesn't come out until about 10 days before the commission meeting, but they are out there, and all those briefing items that you guys see, every single item is out there. So they're out there even when they're a general discussion item, right on up to when they're, they go on up. They're out there now. If Stuart can find it for you, if you go to commission and meetings. So it's in a weird spot. It is in a weird spot. So
Yeah, it's right underneath the table.
it's right under the schedule of table. It lists a little blue in blue ink. And then if you choose November 17th, 2021, you go out there and there's a briefing book, there's an agenda.
Yeah,
They're there
Mr.
every time.
Mr. Chairman, Stuart Shrog Pratt. Obviously, Commissioner Sill, we've got to make some changes on the website because navigating through that, I wasn't readily able to find them myself. So if you go under pending draft regulations under
And it says click
KDWP
here,
Commission, there's
And
no,
you click here,
you're correct, there is nothing
and then
there.
it says contact commissioners, and there's nothing
So
there.
But they
obviously,
are in the briefing book. Those pending draft regulations are in the briefing book. They may not be under pending draft, but they are in the. briefing
correct, but
book.
my point is we can do better at cleaning that
That's
up
all.
to make that more readily identifiable. And I wanted to say real quickly too, to help maybe clarify some things. I was pretty adamant when we get to the point of having workshopped the regulation to death, that we don't have to have staff back up here. I want to make sure that those pending regulations in the process are still on the agenda. And as you can see in today's agenda, they are after Ryan talks about the one public lands reference document regulation. Because you're right, a lot of our public doesn't see these until it's made it through several workshops. And so we wanted to make sure that they were still listed and identified on the agenda. So if somebody hadn't seen the proposed regulation up until that point, they could see it and say, hey, what's going on with this? And then make a comment or an inquiry as to what this was all about. So I just wanted to clarify that as well. Thank you.
and
Well, I think go ahead. I
I
think
was
we
just gonna
probably
say-
beat this to death, but I think it's a really important issue. And the more we talk, the more we'll have questions and we'll never get through anything else. I appreciate you providing some clarity.
Well, and obviously, I think the more information we can get to the public early in the process by having the stuff on the website where people can find it when they have an issue is key. And like I say, this is one of those opportunities that I was thinking of. I mean, we can find places to improve the process as we go along, reinforcing what causes me concern in terms of making stuff more rigid. So, but no, I think everything we can do to get more information out about the regs early on is important. But does anybody have any more questions for me?
Any more questions for Dan?
And if you think of something later on, don't hesitate to give me a
All right.
call or shoot me an email.
I appreciate that. All right, let's move on to the annual camp.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I'm Steve. I'm with the Parks Division. I'm here today to put forward for review changes to KAR 115-2-3 camping utilities and other fees. The annual camping permit is being reviewed on the number of permits sold and how it's being used. Increases in camping occupancy has elevated the review of this permit and what changes are necessary to resolve capacity and storage issues of RV campers. We'll be presenting more details of the review at the next commission meeting. That's about all I have on it.
Is there any questions for Steve?
Yes.
Is there a difference between long-term and annual permits?
The long term is basically our seasonal camping sites. That is what is a long term. It's available sites that you can rent for up to 6 months. That's long term.
Okay, so there is a difference
Yeah.
between these two.
The annual camp
Permits.
is just the permit you can buy that's good for the whole year for your camping fee. So.
And how does that work with those with people reserving sites? If they have an annual camp, how do they make sure they have a spot?
What they do is when they, just because you have an annual camp permit, you're not guaranteed a site. You go online to reserve. You do have to enter your annual camp number. And what that does is that deducts the $10 fee from your camping fees. All you're left with is basically your reservation fee and your utility fees.
Okay. And then you'll give us information as you workshop this on whether those costs are covering, or those permit fees are covering costs.
Yes.
That's part of what you're looking
Yeah,
at, right?
we're looking at that. And the long term, the people in the long term sites or seasonal sites is what we call them. They still have to purchase the annual camp on top of that seasonal permit.
Do those folks pay deposits to cover excess cleanup costs and things when they leave?
Not really. What they do is they just pay it a month at a time in advance on those sites. They sign a form that we give them that kind of gives them direction on what they can and can't do at the sites, and to have stuff out of our way for maintenance and stuff like that. And we do try to keep up on to make them keep their areas clean and stuff like that.
Do you have a way to bill them when they leave the trash, when they find it?
Well, if it's a trash issue and it's littering, and we can write them a citation for littering.
Decks and leftover plywood?
Now, we don't have, well, I can't speak for the whole state. I'm out here in the western part most of the time, and we really haven't had that type of issue out here.
Okay. And my last question, and these, I'm thinking about all those questions that come up in the process, so that's why I'm asking a bunch of them now. Are there many sites, and will you be considering in this process first come, first serve sites, and how many are available at each park for people that are maybe traveling through?
Outstayers or whatever.
Yeah, somebody's going down I-70 and they want to camp and.
Well, that's really going to be part of the reservation system we'd have to look at. This is just to review that annual camping permit. Some of the issues we're having with it is they're not using it for camping, they're using it for RV storage.
Yeah.
We've got some of our primitive sites that'll have 2 or 3 campers, and they're in that site for 6 or 7 months. They do that little quick 13-day rotation swap, which keeps them within the regulations of their stay. And so that's what we're really looking at in this.
Okay, thank you.
So, that's about all I got.
Any other questions for Steve?
So I got a question. I get complaints from people on weekends when they say there's no spots available anywhere in the campground. And then they show up and maybe take a primitive site and they look over there at the full hookups and half of them are empty. So the question is did those spots get paid for? They are fully paid for.
Yes.
Yep. There is not a deposit. Is there a deposit? Is there a refund fee?
No, not if they don't, they have to notify us within, I think it's 24 hours prior to get any of the refund back. If they don't show up, that spot is sitting there empty for them if they decide to come out Sunday.
But they can refund it 24 hours before.
It's 24 or 48, Brian, what is it? 3 days now? 3 days before, and then they just get a partial refund.
Okay, so then does it go back on sale?
Yes, it does. Yes. But if they reserve every weekend for the whole summer and they've paid for it up front, that's their spot,
Whether they're there or not.
whether they're or not.
So,
correct.
so is there a way that they can contact those, I mean, those folks to say, hey, are you gonna use your spot this weekend? Can, to Troy's point, I've had that happen to me numerous times where we've gone and
Some
couldn't
of
get a
those-
site and we showed up and there's 4 sites empty because,
Yeah.
and it's there all weekend, you know, you kind of track that to make sure and it's happened, so.
Yeah. Now, some of our admins have reached out to try to contact people that haven't checked in.
Right.
If we can't get hold of them, we have to leave it available. I mean, it's paid for, they've paid for it.
Right.
So it's there for them. If they don't happen to make it Friday night, they get their Saturday, or if they don't make it till Sunday, it's waiting for them.
I guess you could just park in there and then if they show up, hook up and leave, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. So anyway, that's why we're wanting to review this annual camp permit.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Thanks, Steve.
Mhm.
Thanks, Steve.
Villa High Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner and Commission. And thank you, Mayor Adrian, for the introduction, so to speak. And yeah, I'm going to speak about our renovation project we've done here at Villa High Lake in town. And I'm kind of going to do things a little bit backwards to start here. This whole project was hugely predicated on cooperation of multiple municipal agencies and stakeholders and stuff. And I'm gonna apologize ahead of time because I know I forgot some people and stuff like that, but
Make sure it's turned on the side. I might have slid it
that would
off
help. We go. Where do I aim, Jason?
over here. There we go.
Okay, well, KDHE staff from Topeka and Hayes, they did a lot of background water quality testing to kind of help us kind of detective work to figure out what was ailing the pond. EBH Engineering was involved with the project. They did a lot of the engineering for the project, stuff to do with the basin seal, porosity testing, permeability testing. Aquatic Specialties was its private contractor that they were involved in assisting with the basin seal, just logistics there. McCormick Paving and Construction had to do with the actual dredging of the lake. And then our fisheries division, we provided money through our CFAP grant program to help with the project. And then our Colby Wildlife folks here in the Colby office, their Chris property north of town was a source of brush and materials for habitat installations. And the Thomas County Road and Bridge folks, they worked with the city of Colby Street Department and Parks Department to help with a ton of, especially like the basin sealing, a lot of the shaping and everything. I mean, their machine operators were fantastic. You say guys turn them loose and they can flat move dirt. So I just want to thank those folks ahead of time here. So that's a little backwards, I know, but just a little history on Villa High Lake. It is a small lake, 2 acres. It was a borrow pit back in the 1960s when they were building I-70 through Thomas County. It kept filling up with water and they decided to make a kid's fishing pond out of it. So early on, the city of Colby partnered with then Kansas Fish and Game Commission, now Wildlife and Parks, to manage the pond for fishing opportunities for the public. And more recently, it's a trout stocking location in our agency trout program. And then even more recently, we enrolled it in the urban channel catfish stocking program as well, as just part of our involvement. Kind of pre-renovation, Villa High truly is an urban lake, even though Colby's a relatively small town of roughly 5,500 people. It suffers from a lot of the impediments that a normal urban lake would. There's agriculture and residential and urban impacts, high intensity land use impacts in the watershed that affect water quality, high sediment load, a lot of nutrient input from all activities. The one big thing about Villa High is it is in arid Thomas County, but a lot of the watershed is impervious surface. And we're sitting right in the watershed right here. And this building's part of the watershed, and the impervious watershed, even though Colby doesn't get a ton of rain, it's relatively easy to put water in Villa High. I mean, you get a 1/4 inch rain and you're getting inflow. So that's an advantage, but with all the possible fertilizers and other stuff that could run into the pond, it is also it's a mixed blessing, put it that way. Over the years, Colby Villa High has had a ton of sedimentation. The pond was relatively shallow, not even 6 foot maximum depth, about 2.5 foot average depth. And then there's some other photos when it's dewatered that you'll be able to see that. Also too, with the high nutrient availability in the water, between the sediments of the water column itself, chronic algae blooms, and those algae blooms can rob the water column of oxygen at night and kill fish. And therefore the fish community was basically limited to a very tolerant community, very tolerant of low dissolved oxygen. So you had stuff like black bullheads, fathead minnows, golden shiners, green sunfish. We had a world-class goldfish and koi carp population as well. So you can see those guys up in the right-hand corner up there too. So first things first, we needed to dredge the pond out. And in the left picture, you can see how flat and shallow the pond used to be. Incredible. I mean, almost just a little depression. We started in the winter of 2019, and it is a pit pond, so the city had to pump it out. And that was a deal fraught with difficulty with the weather and everything like that. But the whole project was really made possible where, public sentiment was kind of driving it to begin with. The city did get a donation of $150,000 from the Colby Convention and Visitors Bureau. And then I say receptive municipal government, just the city and county government here worked so good together, and they really were interested in the project and brought it to the forefront and put a ton of work in. And I can't say enough about how good of a cooperator the city of Colby is. And also our agency too, almost $80,000 through our CFAP program. We, provided matching funds to get the job done. McCormick Paving and Construction removed about 11,000 cubic yards, and that is a conservative estimate, to where now the pond has a maximum depth of 13 feet and a mean depth of about 6 feet. So all told, essentially the volume has doubled. And you can see the picture on the right. The layer of sediment in the bottom of the pond was in some places 8 foot thick, and it was like a dark brown jello that was removed from the pond bottom. And the goal was to get it down to the original parent material, that kind of tan yellowish material. Okay, this is just aerial photos showing progress. It took about 2 months to dredge the pond out. You can just see the dark brown material becoming less. We did have to fight some snow and wet weather, but not a ton. It was good that we did it during the winter because the cold temperatures was able to make the black jello solid enough that they could actually load it out in dump trucks and get rid of it. Okay, and then there's a little video I think we'll play here as the slide goes on. But this is during the basin sealing. Once we got it down to the bottom parent material, we had to scrape material, disc it, and get it to dry out before we could apply basically baking soda to the sediment and then compact it. The soda ash changed the way the material packs to where it becomes very impervious. We did a permeability study and showed that the bottom would leak a little bit, but I was very interested in being water conservative, trying to save all the water we could. So the city went right along with it, and we sealed the basin. We had to push material up to the sides, and the loader is pushing the material up and banking it around the edges. And then they would go in, disc the bottom, and then they would apply the soda ash with basically a fertilizer spreader and go back in, pack it, bring another load of material down, incorporate more soda ash, pack it, And then that last ring that has the stored material on it, we pulled all the material down, went in with a single lift, incorporated soda ash into that, packed it. And the proof's in the pudding. Literally, this last year it's been super dry, and I don't think the pond's probably 10 inches low right now. So it's really tight and it holds water well. So it was definitely a worthwhile investment. Next, I don't know why I keep doing that, folks. The next part of the process, the watershed is very simple. There's very little permanent water in the watershed, 2 ponds on private land. So I saw an opportunity there. We could really start with a blank slate. So we went in and applied rotenone fish toxicant to the local private landowner to the west, basically killed out all the undesirable fish like black bullheads and everything, especially black bullheads that we didn't want getting back into Villa High. So we could start out and do, start with a clean slate as far as fish management is concerned. So also too, the earlier pre-renovation picture, there was 0 habitat in Villa High. It was very uniform and very, just very uniform. There was no fish habitat. So Jason, if you could start that video on the upper left, just click on it. This is kind of a little tour through the lake bottom. It shows some of the artificial structures, some of the cedar trees from the Chris property, a lot of broken concrete that actually came when we were doing that project. They were actually building this building, and there's a lot of broken concrete stuff that the city was able just to get for free or minimal cost to build rock piles, underwater rock piers, stuff like that. And I can't say enough about the Parks Department here in Colby. I mean, minimal staff, but boy, they really worked hard and did a great job. The upper right kind of shows you the distribution of the habitat within the lake, and that was early on too. There's a lot more material in there now than there was then. And then lower left shows, I was really picky about shoreline erosion. I had them rip wrap the whole entire shoreline with broken concrete, and then they even went another step further and built a fishing pier kind of in the middle on the right there out of broken concrete that the public uses and enjoys quite a bit. We did, once the pond filled that first year, we stocked fish and everything, and it stayed warm up until September. And then we had all of a sudden the weather just switched and got like a 60-mile-an-hour wind out of the northwest. Apparently we dug the pond a little deep, and the pond turned over, and there was enough hydrogen sulfide or something in the lower layers that once that turned up, we had a partial fish kill. So then we decided to put in a destratification unit that's basically 4 diffusers run by an air compressor that just turns the water. We run it at night, so we're not imparting extra heat into the water column during the summer. And it's done a really good job. We've done temperature, oxygen profiles through the water column, and everything's very uniform from top to bottom. So the unit's working as prescribed, and also too, it does help supplement dissolved oxygen, which can be a problem and limit our fish population. So as far as stocking is concerned, both commercial and wildlife and parks have contributed. We've stocked fathead minnows, golden shiners, and bluegill to start with, got them started kind of as short-term and longer-term forage source, and a sport fish in terms of the bluegill. And since we had a blank slate, I wanted to try something different versus regular old bluegill, largemouth bass. So we went with smallmouth bass. So we're currently kind of experimental, trying to get them, make a go of it. And as I said before, it's in the urban catfish programs. We do have catfish, and in the wintertime, we do have trout. And we also did recently add hybrid walleye or saweye to the fishery as well to help kind of control. The bluegill have done exceedingly well in terms of reproduction, so we needed a way to crop them back better, so we added the saweye. As I had said before, water quality has been a problem, primarily at nutrient loading, and one of the, I guess, most efficient ways that we conventionally know to improve water quality is through wetlands. So it's kind of an experimental deal, but we build a wetland on the channel coming into the pond where we can recirculate water back into the wetland and keep circulating the water. We draw the water from the east end of the pond, pump it into the wetland, and it percolates through the wetland back into the pond. And hopefully we haven't been able to run it a full season yet because it's just been a process getting it together. But
It is kind of a novel approach, and we'll see, and hopefully it will help clean up our water. We did plant the wetlands with aquatic, hydric plants like rushes and sedges, about 200 commercially produced starts. We plugged into the bottom. Kevin and Abby at the Colby office, myself, my helpers, the city of Colby guys, we all just spent several days just plugging plants in the ground. Picture on the middle, that's right after we planted it. We were able to pump the water and kind of irrigate it and get the plant started. The far right picture is 1 year directly after, and you can really see the sedges and everything taken off. And then this is a picture of it just here recently, last month, and it's really filled in. There is some, some of the native canary grass, barnyard grass, and some of the other weeds that we didn't plant help fill in, but it's definitely really established quite well. Oops. And just kind of in summary here, you can think the video on the left will play, and if it's not, Jason, yeah. We have had successful smallmouth reproduction. That's a bunch of 1-year-old smallmouth that we saw swimming around. Again, we've dredged the pond, removed quite a bit of material, doubled the volume. Fish habitat abundance and diversity is greatly increased from what it was. It's basically zero before, and now it's quite good. The stratification units doing what we needed to do. The wetland is still an unproven concept, but hopefully during 2023, we'll be able to run it and get more of an idea of how it's going to help us out in terms of water quality. And at this point, most of the big, large-scale modifications are done. It's just a matter of monitoring and tweaking the system. And overall, I just, really appreciate all the cooperative spirit of folks that contributed to the project to make it a success so far. And so far, we haven't had any fish kills. Our fish are hanging in there, and that's definitely a win at Villa High. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Any question for Dave?
The trout are they're introduced in the winter, and then what happens to them when the water?
When it gets too warm, the ones that are left, they succumb. Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thanks.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Make a comment and a question for Dave. So the comment is, these urban fisheries are a real challenge, and you see all the synergy that Dave mentioned about all the cooperators, and that's fantastic. That's a credit to Dave and to our staff in terms of reaching out and working cooperatively, and very difficult, much different than doing something out in the middle of nowhere where you don't have to talk to so many people. So I really give a lot of credit to them for that. The other comment, every time I come through town, this is such a neat project. I stop by to look at it. And when it's warm, there's always kids there. It's surrounded by houses, businesses. It's an urban fishery. So that's a really neat quality about it. So I just think it's a terrific project. But now question, because it's urban, we have a unique opportunity to help the neighbors understand their impacts, the choices they make in their yards and such, and the impact that has on water quality in that fishery. Have we done anything with the city to help communicate that, educate people about the role they can play in helping this be a better fishery and resource?
Yeah, we've talked about it, but we haven't put anything in place yet. There's several things at Villa High that are a major challenge. That is one of them, and providing public information would help in some instances. Another challenge we have big time, and like with the goldfish, is illegal public stocking is huge. We've already had wipers turn up in there in the first year or two. It's like, wow. So, those unauthorized stockings like that can really complicate management. But yeah, there are, Facebook, those kind of things. I know the city has an active page, and probably running those type, news releases would be at least a good start.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Ron Alexander, City Manager here, City of Colby. Dave, nice to meet you officially. Only been in my role about 9 months now. Some of those conversations came up during this summer year about what about the weeds and the grasses growing up in the rocks, around the edge. And Kyle Lindbergh, my Parks Director, was very helpful in trying to help educate the community. But I don't think we got the word out enough that you just can't go in and start with a weed eater and chop those down, because that goes into the water and then it does something. You can't just go spray Roundup in it because it goes into the water. So my point is, we just look forward to working with you maybe this spring and going into the summer about communicating and educating our public in that atmosphere. So thank you.
Thank you.
It's nice to see success.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, South Fork Republican River Restoration. Kevin.
Wait for him to get that pulled up here. Thanks. All right, I'm going to be giving an update on the South Fork Republican River restoration. What this is a project that we have been removing salt cedar, Russian olive, and eastern red cedar in Cheyenne County. It's the furthest most county in northwest Kansas. Goals of this project are to improve wildlife habitat, improve the health of the river system, and control encroachment of these woody invasives. There's a number of other benefits that I don't have listed here in this PowerPoint, but it does provide fire mitigation, so fuel reduction. It provides additional grazing land for ranchers, easier access for quite a number of things. There has been similar work to this done in Colorado and Nebraska along the river, past their borders, and there's actually similar projects to this elsewhere in Kansas going on. We started this back in 2015. With the grant, and we've had a few grants pretty much every year or two since then, and we're actually working on some additional grants currently. So this is an ongoing project still. And you see here this photo on the bottom right here. This is actually a photo of St. Francis with the river running along it. That was taken about 120 years ago. And there's, this is originally a prairie, so there was virtually few to no trees out here. Native grasses, native forbs with a few shrubs mixed in. And it's changed quite a bit since then. So through the project, we have been able to cost share 75% of the expense to remove these trees, with the landowner, the property owner, covering the other 25% of that. And we are able to use that 25% that the landowner provides as match for grants. So not only does that add additional money into our funds to clear more acres, we're able to use it for match, as well as it vests the landowner in the project as well. So they're a little bit vested in it themselves. We've advertised it by word of mouth, local paper, mailings, kind of like the one on the side here, and at meetings. In fact, this PowerPoint I originally created to present to some landowners there in St. Francis. Some challenges we have ran into is that people like trees. Also windbreaks. We've had some landowners who have wanted to leave basically a windbreak of these invasive trees in the middle of the property that we have cleared, which the problem with that is we have a seed source right in the middle. So we kind of have to address that and work with them on that. Contractor issues, just getting contractors up there. It's a fairly isolated area, so we don't have as many contractors as out east does necessarily. So under the first phase of the project, we had a skid steer with the 60-inch disc mulcher on it. And this does an awesome job of those small to medium-sized trees. In this photo here, it's mulching a small Russian olive. Then you can see it spraying there. It's key that those stumps are sprayed. If those stumps aren't sprayed, you might as well not cut it because it's going to come back with a vengeance. And this disc mulcher can mulch larger trees. That photo on the bottom here, that's my boot on a stump cut at ground level, and that whole tree was mulched. It just, with that disc mulcher, it's pretty slow going on those bigger trees. So it works. It just on the slow trees, it's a bit slower, a bit more fuel, hence a little bit more cost when you get to those big trees. On the top left here, we have a before photo, and you can see the cottonwoods here, and then below we have all the Russian olive trees. And then this bottom is an after photo after the trees are removed. And you can see we left all the cottonwoods, but we had removed the Russian olives. And there's very minimal disturbance. In fact, just looking at that photo, you can hardly even tell they were there. We had good vegetation response. And really they were just turned into mulch that kind of probably, keeps moisture in that soil even. Same thing here. This is that same property on the right. And then this is after the trees were removed. And this tract here is in our walk and hunting program. And it was estimated that on that walk and hunting track, we removed 4,000 trees. So not only did it enhance the habitat for wildlife, but it helped keep that property in the walk-in program because we did prioritize walk-in tracks as first priority for this project. And in addition to that, we had some landowners who actually signed up their property into walk-in so they could qualify for this program. It's not a requirement, but they get the first priority. So when we have limited funding, they get the first chance at it. Under the second phase, which is really just the same project, just different grants, we started piling the medium to large trees just due to cost. Like I said, that machinery just takes a little bit bigger or longer on those bigger trees. And we do have photo points on all the properties to monitor vegetation change, which is where a lot of these photos come from. So some other equipment we have used is forestry drum mulchers and grapple and tree saws, which once again, those forestry drum mulchers do a pretty good job on those small to medium trees. And on those bigger trees, they were being cut and piled. And this is a map. You can see the river kind of runs across the county here, with St. Francis being about in the middle. And all these yellow dots are properties where we have done work on and we have vegetation monitoring points. And we've actually added a few properties since this too. And this is some before photos here, after photos, and you can see this is a property that was mulched. You can see a little bit of mulch pile here. Same here, these were mulched, and this property and the last one are both in walk-in as well. And these are actually salt cedar or tamarisk here that have been mulched. And this is that same location right after. Once again here, some more before and afters. And on some of these, there are still some trees in the background because those are some of the piles where we weren't mulching them. We started piling them later on in the project. And this is actually one of the properties that we end up signing up in the walk-in because of this program. So here we have a before and after, but it's a panoramic photo. So it's approximately a 180-degree image here. Gives you a little bit better idea of landscape, what we're doing. And in this top one, this is obviously the before, and the bottom would be the after. You can see there's an ATV parked here. Reason why a lot of times the after photos, it's green. That's when I'm out there spraying the resprouts. So just a good time to spray the resprouts and get my vegetation photos. And you can see these kind of blue dots here. Those are resprouts that have been sprayed. We put a blue dye in our foliar chemical so we can make sure we've seen that we sprayed them all and that we don't spray any of them twice. This is providing a lot of benefit to the wildlife. The river is further back in here in this image, but what will happen, those Russian olive, salt cedars, eastern red cedars, and those other trees will basically grow over the river, the channel, and create a canopy that the waterfowl can't come in and land as easily when it has water, which we're in a dry year right now. But it opens up that so they can come in there and land better. And we're already, it's hard finding water out here, so they need all the help they can get on the waterfowl. And then on the turkeys, these cottonwood trees, when they get mature, are a favored roost site. And so those turkeys, they need the roost trees, they need the cottonwoods, but they don't need the Russian olive, the eastern red cedars, stuff like that. And what'll happen is you get this dense understory of Russian olives and eastern red cedars and salt cedars. And those turkeys, they like an open understory. So they like to glide down off those roost trees. And they physically can't even do that in some of these areas. And two, where they can, it's, this is ideal predator habitat. Yeah, it makes it pretty easy for, bobcats and coyotes and different predators to go in there and get those turkeys. So, and if the rangeland isn't overgrazed too, this provides opportunity down here for nesting, brooding, and stuff like that as well. And, from a landowner perspective, we have a lot of interest in this because, that's adding a lot of grazing acres here, for their cattle, as well as fire mitigation, and just access, getting in there to spray noxious weeds or work on fence is tough in some of those areas. You almost got to crawl through it. And this is a tract we cleared last winter, before on the left, after on the right. And the right photo was taken just a few days after it's cleared. So you can still see there's a lot of, hasn't started to grow back in there yet. But this is the property that was so thick, I had to walk and almost crawl over stuff to get to that photo point. And then after, I was able to drive up on the ATV. Some more before and afters. And here's a panoramic and that photo as well, pretty similar to the last one. Gives you a little bit better idea, kind of landscape size, what we're doing there. Once again, the turkeys are going to want an open understory under here, not that thick overgrowth there. And some just vegetation monitoring points showing wildlife use and what the revegetation is looking like. Here, and this top image, we're spraying resprouts. So even though the contractor goes in there with his equipment, cuts those trees and sprays the stumps, you're gonna have some resprouts. It's what happens. So we have, myself and Abby out of the Colby office, have been going out and spraying these resprouts. We're encouraging the landowners to do so as well, but we're going out there to do it in addition to that. And you can see down here, these are ones that would have been sprayed a year before. So these were sprayed, this property would have been cut. We would have gone out there in September, sprayed those resprouts. And then that next year we went back out there and they're just skeletons. And you can see there's pretty good vegetation response around where we sprayed those because we're using a selective herbicide for our foliar spray. So this is what we like to see after is these skeletons. So just because we went out there in a contractor and to cut the property, it still takes 3 years of basic management to control those resprouts. And we try to stress that to the landowners too. And this is one of those properties here that they ended up signing up into the walk-in program because of this project. And this is a resprout. I actually just dug this up with my pocket knife. It was only about an inch or two. This root here is only about an inch or two below the soil. And you can see how it just resprouts straight from the root. So up here where the stump is on this top right-hand photo, that's pretty typical. You see a lot of that. That's not really alarming. That tells me the stump was probably sprayed because it didn't resprout from the stump, but it just didn't get a real good kill and it came up from the root. And that's what we're spraying on this. However, it looks like this bottom right-hand photo. This is a situation where the chemicals applied later after it was cut and later in the year than we preferred. It was sprayed in the spring where it's more effective if that stump is sprayed in the fall or the winter. In the spring, it's just not as effective. So we had a lot more resprouts. We did get this under control, but the main thing is to spray, but there are ideal times to spray for those. And this top left image, these are some resprouts that were recently sprayed, and you can see this is in some pretty desirable vegetation. That grass there is about as tall as the ATV. Looks like Indian grass. This would be right in here, pretty good nesting habitat. And if these trees were left, that's something would just turn into that dense monoculture we saw in some of those earlier photos of those Russian olive trees, which they're almost more like a tall shrub that's real thorny than the tree even. So, like I said, turkeys and stuff aren't going to be using those for roosting. And we're using a selective herbicide on that. So if we come back, that next year, those trees hopefully will be dead, those resprouts, but that grass wouldn't have been affected by overspray or drift or anything like that. The landowners can burn the brush piles. It's not required. If they do so, I do encourage them to burn it in the winter when there's a snowfall, and of course, check the weather for a few days after to make sure it's going to be ideal weather with that. On properties that are cleared, even 3 years after the project, when the resprouts are under control, I tell them, you're still going to be in this kind of area here. We're going to be in this dispersal and recruitment stage, just due to nearby mature trees on our neighbors or windbreaks that were left. You're still going to have a few of those trees moving in, but it's a whole lot easier to, spray a couple of trees like this than it's going to be to try to tackle, something that looks like that. And it's important to get on it because otherwise in 20 years, it might look like that again. But the hope is as we clear additional tracks on this project, it'll lessen the seed sources and the need for some of that management. So there'll just be more of those mature trees adjacent to these properties will be cleared. The future of the project, we're going to continue our follow-up management of completed properties while monitoring for, additional invasives. And we can plan to continue removal on new tracks too, pending funding, which we just got another grant last year. We've already spent a good chunk of it. We still have some money that we're looking at more tracks. And I have a couple additional grants in mind. But moving forward, one of the big parts of this project is going to be an RCPP, so Regional Conservation Partnership Program. And it is a South Fork Republican River Compact. And this is actually an RCPP that the Cheyenne County Conservation District put in. And it was awarded in April of 2021. And it is for $2,766,000. The technical side of this hasn't all been worked out because it's still processing. So landowners can't apply for it yet. But Wildlife and Parks is a partner on this. And there are some other aspects to it, like watering facilities for livestock. But it seems like the bulk of that funding will be to improve the health of the river system by removing invasive phreatophytes such as Russian olive, salt cedar, and eastern red cedar. So I'm hoping this is a project we can continue and potentially even move, elsewhere, depending how things go in funding. Of course, I got to thank all our partners and contributors. The North American Wetlands Conservation Act, really what I'm thinking on that is our hunters. That's who's providing the funding for that grant. The Kansas Department of Ag, Cheyenne County Noxious Weed Department, Ducks Unlimited has been a huge help in this. National Wild Turkey Federation, Cheyenne County Wildlife Incorporated, Pheasants Forever, Cheyenne County Conservation District, Cheyenne County NRCS, and the Kansas Forest Service. And I went through that kind of quick, but if anyone has any questions, I would love to hear them and answer them.
Anybody have any questions for Kevin?
Kevin, what's your average cost per acre?
So acre, it varies quite a bit. I think per acre, if I draw a polygon around the area where the contractor is supposed to clear and, look at the cost, properties have varied between about $100 an acre to over $700 an acre. And that really just depends on the density of the trees and the size of the trees. There's probably some acres on this where they're paying, they're charging something to the effect of, 20, 50 bucks if there's only a tree or two out there and it's kind of scattered. But we're getting into that real dense, heavy, larger tree stuff, it could be up to, $1,500 or more an acre. But since we're clearing entire tracks, I don't necessarily get a real detailed breakdown of that. The contractors kind of, has to look over things and consider his costs and everything. So it can get expensive. We've had properties that have cost, they've just been smaller that cost us about $5,000. And we've had properties that have cost as much as $75,000 to clear. So it varies quite a bit.
Okay.
All
Mr.
right.
Chair, I might make a
Brad?
quick comment. One of the neat things about this, to me, is really the thoughtful approach. In that last slide, Kevin mentioned about the water benefits. One of the things people don't realize oftentimes is just how much water those woody vegetation down in the riparian area use up. So huge impact on flows in that river, but then also add in that brood habitat, replacing bad habitat with good habitat really benefits it. The other thing I want to point out is the thoughtful application of these incentives. I was in a meeting yesterday morning in Kansas City with a bunch of federal agencies. And as they were talking about their programs, oftentimes they were a broad brush approach where they just give people money. If you notice the way Kevin's managed this project, it gets the habitat work done that we want done, but because it prioritized the walk-in hunting, right? It really incentivized people to do that and add into the program. So just a really thoughtful approach to getting multiple benefits from one project. So I really applaud that.
Yeah, thanks. And that's a good point. There are water benefits to this too, that I didn't mention. It's focusing more on the wildlife side of things, but all those Russian olives and stuff, they're using a lot of water, they're through transpiration, they're taking a lot of that water. So by cutting those, you're gonna add more water into that river system. So there's quite a few benefits to this, so. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Let's take a 10-minute break and then we'll get right back to it. All right,
was trying to get where I could
Thank
see
you.
around.
let's move on. We have several things yet to cover today. At this point, let's talk about the birding trail. Mike,
He's online.
is he online?
Can you see me all right, Chairman?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for allowing us to put a little bit of a spotlight on the birding trail project that we worked on. I'm going to share my screen and go through a PowerPoint presentation for you all. And when you have any questions at the end, you can certainly ask.
Okay.
Help me out, Jason.
Or they're on the top left from beginning.
Oh, there we go. Got it. All right. Kansas was a state that had attempted to have some birding trails in the past, but they obviously came with little fanfare, little success. There was Western Kansas Rural Economic Development Alliance that tried to do that with the help of Audubon of Kansas. We utilized the Natural Kansas website. Those things were met with limited success, and some of the plans were never really implemented. So why would we want to build a birding trail? First thing, it does promote ecotourism within our state. It helps connect people to birds in our environment. It also connects people to important outdoor recreational areas that we have within our state, promotes existing bird events and other organizations, and also connects new audiences to our agency. There was a recent wildlife viewer survey that was conducted. Kansas was part of a multi-state survey commissioned by the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies to determine the importance of wildlife viewing by the general public. Virginia Tech University was contracted to develop this survey with questions that were done on a nationwide basis. And then our agency was also tasked with trying to get questions that were more specific to our state. Presentations have been conducted, and there will be another presentation, I think, in the near future regarding the results of this survey and what data has been collected so far. Ecological services in our agency will serve as a point on this particular project. And we were found in Kansas that 50% of Kansas residents identify as being non-consumptive wildlife viewers. There has been a sort of a shift from more consumptive to non-consumptive things that are going on. We know that as an agency. And that's why wildlife viewing is still one of the fastest growing outdoor recreation activities that we have. Some of the results from the survey states that feeding wild birds, visiting parks and natural areas, and also photographing wildlife are the most popular forms of wildlife viewing. Birds and land mammals are the most sought after for this viewing practice. Family and friends were important social influencers. That means that this is an opportunity for family and friends to get together and go out and participate and do things out in the outdoors. 80% of the people within this survey identified as white. The BIPOC viewers identified less strongly as wildlife viewers than white viewers, but they also reported that wildlife viewing as a more important part of their lives. And BIPOC is Black, Indigenous, and people of color. Some other things that came out of the survey: we need to respond to the demand that agencies develop programs and engage more wildlife viewers. This birding trail project happens to be a great example for that. This gives us an opportunity to broaden our constituency, pardon me, of the agencies through supporting wildlife viewing experiences and especially trying to do some of these underserved groups. and also to develop opportunities for viewers to financially support their state agencies, including ours. Some things we would like to consider. Our agency does recognize the need to have a broader constituency. We've talked about it in numerous times. We also need to look at a more diverse range of funding sources and how they might be implemented. This survey also shows that the public sees that state wildlife agencies as one of the best sources of this knowledge for all things that are wildlife related. Our agency is taking on the birding trail has been a good fit, and we've used internal and external expertise to try to make this project a success. I was asked to lead this project by Secretary Lovelace in September of 2021. There was a need that was determined. So what I did first was research other states that had birding trails already. We put together a multi-generational team of birding experts, wildlife authors, photographers, and others that we put together for a team and formed a committee to be able to initiate this process. We went through and we assessed what the budget might be, the scope, what our target audience would be for this trail, locations on the trail, and also a marketing plan. Some of the challenges that we saw when we started this project was to maybe determine the exact goal of what this project might be. We really had no defined initial budget for the project. I was basically told, I want, try to get something started and we will find the money to be able to implement it. Also, something we had to do was determine what trail and site locations would provide high quality experiences for people that wish to go out and use it. That included accessibility issues, amenities, and trying to keep them on paved roads for the most part. We do this is a website-based program, so we have to have the content production, editing for that, and also the time to spend on the project. Obviously, a lot of the people that help with this project have full-time jobs, and this was something that was somewhat ancillary to what they would maybe do on a regular basis. We actually had a launch day. That was on March 7th of 2022. And if you would take note of the web address there, I encourage, we won't have time to do anything with this today, but I'll encourage you to maybe write that down or remember it and try to go there, and you can look at the site that we've created. This happens to be the landing page for the site. Mammoth Creative was the firm that we contracted to do and build this website for us. They took care of the design, all through approval back through myself and other members of our committee. Another page we've got, this is actually a scrolling banner. When you're actually live on the website, we've got 12 different trails. And trail is a sort of a misconception. Most people think of trails as something you go out and walk on. These are more accurately probably described as driving routes. And I'll show you something about that here in a minute. There are the trails that we determined, and we tried to be fair to all parts of the state. So if you visit the site, you'll notice that we have sites that go all the way across the state, or trails that go all the way across the state. These are just examples of pages within that site itself. This happens to be a map of the trail that's closest to your location up there right now in Colby. It's one that goes from Oakley down to Garden City, has several stops along the way. Another page as to why people would want to come to Kansas Tech to go bird watching. One thing we really wanted to be extremely cognizant of is we wanted these sites to be on publicly accessible property. When you try to do these things on private property, obviously there's different complications that come into play. So we wanted these on public properties. So we used a lot of our state park areas, city and municipal parks, county parks, public wildlife areas, those sort of things. Public wildlife areas presented a bit of an issue for us because obviously we don't want to be in conflict of use during hunting seasons and things like that. So part of the recommendation is that people obviously are aware of what seasons are open and that kind of thing. What we're looking at as we move forward with this project, we continue to improve the website. We may try to add locations as we go along. We want to include some more photographs, ones that are habitat specific for each of the sites within the trails themselves. Most of the trails of the 12 trails have anywhere from 8 to 10 sites listed on those. We want to be able to assess the uses of the trails, determine if we're meeting the demand, look at some dedicated signage for each of the locations, and then also maybe at some point have some printed materials. This is right now, this is totally web-based, so we don't have brochures and stuff. We'll probably try to do some rack cards that we can put in our tourism centers and places like that. And with that, I would entertain any questions that you might have.
Anybody have any questions for Mike? Well, thank you.
You're welcome. Like I said, we appreciate the opportunity. I want to publicly thank Secretary Lovelace for kind of pushing us in the right direction on this, and appreciate the support that he and other members of our agency and have done with doing this project for us.
All right.
Mr. Chair, Brad Lovelace, Secretary, I might just comment. I got lots of good ideas. They don't go anywhere unless we have really quality people to make them happen. And that's what Mike did. Really appreciate him taking the bull by the horns and making this an exceptional project. One neat thing that he didn't brag on is the fact that we've been very well received by a lot of different groups. There's a birding festival out here in Western Kansas, and that was a key component of it, talking about those trails. And so it's really neat, the public response to this. So I appreciate our staff led by Mike and all the work they did to make this happen.
Okay, thank you.
One thing before I do go, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I asked Brody for a little bit of information about our marketing campaign for this. And I want to just read a short statement that he put together. This Kansas Birding Trail campaign was aimed at creating awareness for the trails and also the driving traffic to the website for this program, where users could learn more about it. We created a logo, website, video, and digital ads to get the word out. We've also focused on targeting people living in Kansas that have interest in other outdoor activities such as hiking, bird watching, and other wildlife viewing. With this campaign, we've generated more than 1.5 million impressions and drove 35,000 clicks to this Kansas Birding Trail website. So I think Mammoth was very pleased with the way it performed. And I think Brody and the other staff in the information section were fairly pleased as well. So that's something I think we can kind of hang our hat on.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Prairie Dog State Park update.
Thank you, Chairman. Okay, again, my name is Luke Van Skyke. I'm the park manager at Prairie Dog State Park. And I'm gonna give you an overview of the state park itself, as well as some updates on what we're working on towards this next summer. If you got any questions, feel free to ask them or hold them to the end. Either way. Okay, full-time staff. My ranger is Wes DuBois. He's in the back there. He's an NRO2 and a firearms instructor. And I know he looks small, but when you call him for backup, never any more problems. And then Jeff Porter's the administrative specialist. He's also here today too. Part-time staff, we take advantage of a lot of part-time staff just because we got a lot of projects and a lot of continuing maintenance to work on. This picture is an AmeriCorps member. It's one of the programs we have to get seasonal workers in. And this is putting up flags for the 4th of July along the road. We also have seasonal employees throughout the summer, and then cabin hosts and camp hosts and some volunteers. So pretty big staff to get things done maintenance wise. Just some history on the property itself. The dam was built in the early 60s, and that was back when they didn't do a lot of terraces. So the lake filled up basically in 1 year all the way to conservation level. The state park also built in the early 60s, and it opened to the public in 1964. This is the postcard that they first made for the reservoir. I think it was in the early 60s was what this postcard was made. And that's something that they distributed out to people as far as getting the word out. And then in 1981, they named it after the US Representative Keith Sebelius, who was from Norton. So the reservoir is Keith Sebelius Reservoir, and that's basically in the middle of Prairie Dog State Park and the Norton Wildlife Area. This is a map of the state park itself, and then just some information on it. It's 1,100 acres. There's 6 campgrounds, 87 hookup sites, 45 primitive sites. There's a nature trail that's just about 1.5 miles, 4 cabins. There's a prairie dog town. We have a few historic sites, a basketball court, a volleyball pit. There's a beach, fishing dock, playground, boat ramps, fish cleaning station, and there's a few other ones that I couldn't fit on there. As far as amenities, we have a covered boat slip. That's at the main boat ramp area. And then, like I said, we have a prairie dog town that's right inside the state park. It's about 10 acres, and I estimate there's about 400 prairie dogs. And that's a pretty high attraction. You can ask Jeff, but every day someone comes in and, do you really have prairie dogs? Like, can I go look at them? So that's, believe it or not, something that people stop in just to see that. So the park was named after the Prairie Dog Creek that fills up the reservoir. So that's where the park got its name. And then ironically, they decided, why don't we just bring in prairie dogs? And so that's essentially how the prairie dogs got there. I mentioned the historic homes. There's an adobe home. This was one of the unique things about it is it's in the original location from when it was built. 1890, the Spencer family bought the land and built the adobe house. It's basically a mud mixture in the ground, and he just stacked it up along the walls. It's pretty well insulated. In the summers, it'll be nice and cool in there, and in the winters, it's way warmer than being outside. In 1944 was the last documentation we have of somebody actually living in it. And then, like I said, in the early 60s, the park started. So that's something in the park, and we do tours with it, and we do special events at it, just showing it off as like a historic site. And then we also have a one-room schoolhouse. It's also 19th century. From just north of the park, they brought it in for preservation so that someone would take care of it. And it's quite a lot of work to maintain both of these because they're very old and they take a lot of work. And that's something that they moved into the park in 1968. The Lakeview Shelter is one of our amenities that gets used probably the most. Every year we have 5 weddings, family reunions, miscellaneous celebrations, and even concerts will be at this shelter. It holds a lot of people, believe it or not, and it's kind of overlooks the lake, so people really enjoy that. And then just beside it, if you can see the shelter in the background there, we have a sand volleyball court and a basketball court that if it gets booked for receptions or whatever, people use that, or they'll book the area for basketball tournaments or volleyball tournaments and use the shelter for their meals. Right next to that also is a playground. And that's something that generally the whole area is used every single weekend. So as far as campgrounds in the park, we have 6 of them: Prairie Dog, Shady Rest, Meadowlark, Cottonwood, Cedar Ridge, and Branded Cedar. This is a picture of Shady Rest. And so this year is probably the 3rd year where every single weekend, every site's been booked. So it's been a busy couple of years. And same thing with the cabins, basically every weekend, especially in the summer, they're booked. And then now with hunting season, they're booked basically every weekend. This is a primitive one. We have 2 primitive ones, Cottonwood and Cedar Crest. And then these are the 2 modern ones, Prairie Dog and Eagle View. As far as our front office there, that's Jeff's main office. I never asked him if he was a fan of dead animals, but we've kind of been filling his office there with dead animals and taxidermy. So over the last 5-year average, our revenue is up about 6%. And the highest years in there were 2020 with that big year where everyone was trying to get outdoors and get away from people, and they all kind of came to the same place. So that was a busy year. Same thing with visitation. It's up about 3% over the last 5 years for the average. One thing that I'll note here is that visitation is directly related to revenue, and it's always about 70%. So you think if you had 70,000 visitors, you'll have about 100,000 in revenue. If you map it out on a graph there, see if I can see, this one is revenue and visitation. So they're pretty directly related. And then if you look at the water level next to it, those are also directly related. And simply enough, if there's a lot of water, people like to come out and recreate, and then visitation comes up. And then while they're out there, they purchase their permits or privileges to use the lake or to camp. So special events, we do several special events throughout the year. Field trips are pretty common, but some more notable ones is every January we'll have a youth pheasant hunt where the local Pheasants Forever chapter will find about a dozen kids and bring them out and safely show them how to use a shotgun, show them the proper way to hunt safely with a group of people. They'll bring their dogs, and this is just this year, and they got 19 birds. So it's pretty successful and the kids really enjoy it. OK Kids Day, this is another fun event that we have. And this is in that main shelter. We'll have 14 different stations. The kids can come out with their parents, and we'll have anything from trap shoot to fishing. Anybody local or education outdoors related will come out and have a booth, and they can go through all the stations, and they meet back for lunch. And this year we gave out 645 meals to kids and parents. 341 kids registered for the events that day. And then just because of our sponsors, we had 375 prizes. So we sat there all day just calling names and handing out prizes. So it was a good time. So recent projects that we've been working on over the last 5 years, this is our Cedar Ridge Campground. This is a before picture. So it was just kind of a hillside with some grass. And in this picture, they're leveling it out. And this is our first sites with sewer also. So we put 10 of them in there, and this is what it looks like today. And that, again, that's booked every weekend all summer. And then this is that shelter where this is in construction. Those vertical beams, it's not a project that we did ourselves. We had a lot of it contracted out, but Wes held the roof up while they put the pillars underneath of it. And there's another side view of the parking lot for that shelter. The nature trail, we have, like I said, 1,100 acres. Very little of that is actual campground. So we're trying to take advantage of those acres by dragging the trail all the way through all of that acreage. And it's a long project to make a trail and keep the ground flat and put a path through it. A disc golf course, we got some money from a memorial to put in a full disc golf course that goes around the main campground, and that another thing that's used basically every weekend. And since Wes is tall, he reaches up in the trees and he can get the discs out that all the kids get stuck up in there. And then there's pouring pads for kiosks and throwing pads for that project. Some shelter upgrades. We have these, we call them mushroom shelters, and they're primitive. So there's no water and electric. And hopefully this off season, by next summer, we'll get some water and electric added to those so people can better use that. And then our main project that we're working on is we've got some old 1960s campgrounds that are 30 amp. And they're very narrow. And basically, everybody today has a 50 amp campsite, so they don't get used as often. And now they have slide outs instead of pop-ups, so there's not much space. So hopefully by next summer, we'll have all that renovated so that there's more space and more electricity for everybody camping there. And if I didn't mention it, the park is about 80 miles northeast of here. It's just 4 miles west of Norton, Kansas. And it's Highway 261. So if you're ever in the area, please stop by and say hi. And that's all I got. Any questions?
Anybody have any questions?
One comment, Mr. Chair. And Troy knows this because he spends a lot of time up there, Commissioner Spore. But one of the really neat things about this is its proximity to the city of Norton and the relationship you have with them. I think it's pretty unique. We try to foster this all across the state, but you guys have really done it best, I think. You might talk just a minute about the way you collaborate with them. And I'll tell you, their contingent from Norton comes down twice a year to visit us in Topeka to talk about how important the health of the reservoir and the work that they do up there is. So
Sure. So I know I mentioned field trips. I think one year we had every single grade of the elementary and the junior high came out for a field trip just because it was close enough, and we had those about every other weekend. So that's certainly a benefit of having, a school close by. And then the local travel and tourism, on any given weekend, all the hotels in town have fishing boats parked at them for fishing. So all those prizes that we give out for OK Kids Day, they pretty much run through town and buy all those prizes for those kids. So they really help out with all the projects and stuff like that. And then most of them are all campers since it's a 4-mile drive to camp. So we see them all weekend, all year long. And they work good with us, and it works out for projects and stuff like that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Let's move to the workshop session. Some of these have been workshopped before, some have not, or some portions of them have not. We'll start with the Antelope 25 series. Rich.
Yep, thank you, Chairman Lauber and Commissioners. Rich Schultes, Board of Research and Survey Office. I'm here today to cover a number of 25 series regulations, the first being for pronghorn for antelope, and that's 115.25-7. And you can see from the item that Matt has provided for you in your briefing book about what this recommendation pertains to. But as you're probably well aware, we've suffered poor production in that pronghorn population for a number of years in a row now. And we have considered a number of approaches to reduce harvest on those animals. And that's a pretty straightforward process for the permits that have a limited allocation. So our firearm and muzzleloader, we can just reduce what our quote is for those permits. Pretty straightforward, but it's a little more challenging for unlimited permits like we have for archery. And so we've taken a number of steps, and we're considering a number of steps to take some similar actions as far as archery permits are concerned. And you recall last year you approved a change that made it got rid of the possibility of both having an archery permit and also getting a point to use for the possibility of a firearm permit for future years. So we kind of separated those two things and allowed it so you couldn't do both in one season. The recommendation that we have in front of you to be considering in coming meetings, and there will be a number of other workshop sessions to discuss this and some other changes for pronghorn, is to get rid of. Generally, the archery season for pronghorn has two segments. We have an early segment in September and a later segment that usually runs in October, is to remove that later segment of the archery antelope season. And so it still maintain at least 90% or more of the harvest typically occurs in that early season, but it would provide us an opportunity to potentially reduce some of that harvest by archery hunters where we don't have that quota potential to reduce to do that. So that's the recommendation for this regulation. The harvest season has concluded for this year, but of course, we're not in a position yet to look at
survey reports, what the harvest looked like, what we're seeing for populations. So more recommendations to come for sure, depending on how that looks. But we are planning to make that recommendation to eliminate the October segment, the late segment of the archery pronghorn season. One other thing I just wanted to touch on for that regulation for actually both of these is to what Dan had mentioned earlier about some of the changes that are probably coming for regulations in both of these 25 series are probably primed to make some changes in the way we do things. And I noticed that we actually include in this regulation every year, we have the year on it. So a lot of our permanent regulations for seasons, we may say open the Wednesday after Thanksgiving or the first Saturday, something along those lines. And these ones have the precise dates. So even if we don't change anything for the structure of the season, we currently still approve that every year and has to run through the system. And so, you know, I suspect these may be the types of regulations we could see some changes on the way we do it, just so that if there are no changes proposed, we don't necessarily have to make it through the gamut that he has to run through right now with all of this. So I just wanted to mention that as well for this antelope regulation, which is, again, that's 115.25-7.
Okay, any questions for Rich on this? Okay, you want to talk about elk now?
Sure. Elk's a little more straightforward at this point, 115.25-8. And of course, season's still ongoing. And, you know, with the Unit 2 Fort Riley unit, that is a quota, limited draw quota. And so, of course, we wouldn't be prepared to present our recommendations for what that quota is. But Matt just wanted to note that, you know, as also covered in your briefing book, is we're not planning to propose any structural changes to the elk season. So things like seasons, bag limits, permits, those types of things. The framework of the way we are doing our elk seasons, you know, our recommendation to date is that remain the same. And once we gather further information about harvest this year and work with Fort Riley staff and potential of a population survey that you do on a regular basis, Matt will come back with some recommendations about those permit numbers for Unit 2. So.
Okay, any questions for Rich on the elk? All right, Levi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the deer regulations and the permanent regulations, KR 115-4, I'm going to focus on KR 115-4-11, which is the only section of this that we're having any recommended changes for. As Rich mentioned, last year we approved the change in this regulation to limit pronghorn hunters from being able to get a preference point and an over-the-counter archery permit in the same year. But when that went through the process, there were some needed changes in the language that didn't happen, that need to be addressed to make sure that we clearly define the intent of the regulation with regards to that limiting the preference point or an archery permit in the same year. And so we'll be recommending adopting those changes. And this regulation should be workshopped one more time, so I'll be able to present what exactly those changes would be at the next one.
Okay. Any questions? Go ahead.
All right, that would then take me to the Deer 25 series regulations. In this regulation, we set the seasons for our different equipment usage. And at this time, based on changes in deer population and an increase in damage complaints, including a visit down to that unit to just talk with landowners. We have a proposed extended pre-rut whitetail antlerless season included here. And that would let us better address the needs of landowners and potentially increasing deer harvest at a time when we need it in an area where we've got fairly high deer densities. In fact, they're the highest in the state of any of our units. So with that, everything else follows the proposed or the previously used season structures with the youth and disability starting in September 2nd, running through the September 10th, 2023. Early muzzleloader starting on the 11th of September, running through September 24th. Archery starting September 11th, running to December 31st as normal. The regular pre-rut season, which would be October 7th through October 9th, the normal 3 days. And then the extended pre-rut whitetail antlerless only, which would be October 7th through October 15th. So it would be similar to like the youth and disabilities season where we sandwich a full week in between 2 weekends. And part of the reason to increase that there is that with the crop damage issues and how land ownership works in that area where many of these farmers own only the field and not the rest of the surrounding, it lets us target that hunting at a time when it do the most good. And that pre-rut season is approximately 97 to 98% of the use we see is from residents. So it really focuses when residents on a season that residents can use. At this time, it would only be implemented in the Deer Management Unit 12, but it gives us similar options to as we do with the January antlerless season, where we have some different ranges of dates that we can use depending on what's going on. And so then that would then proceed with the rest of the seasons that would follow how we've done in the past with regular firearms starting on November 29th, again, that first Wednesday after Thanksgiving. And then the extended whitetail antlerless seasons would be, for the shortest would be January 1st through January 7th of 2024. The middle length would be the 1st through the 14th. And then the longest would be January 1st through January 21st. And then in some units, which is Management Unit 19, the urban unit, we have the extended archery from January 22nd through the 31st. And because that Unit 12 is already in the longest January season, there wasn't really any more days to add there. So, and again, these are, for most of our seasons here, these would be, could be set up, as we've discussed, as moving to more of a structure where like the regular firearm season opening date hasn't changed in many years. We could potentially go to writing it something like the first Wednesday following Thanksgiving. So these are another regulation that could then be adjusted that way to more permanent language instead of approving yearly dates every year.
Okay. Any questions for Levi?
I have a couple of questions.
Sure.
So Levi, the gentleman that came our last meeting about Montgomery County and Chautauqua County, and you had a chance to visit with him. The extended timeframes, will that include those two counties to help him with his overpopulation and those types of things? I want to make sure that is addressed.
Yes, Montgomery County is one of the main counties in Management Unit 12 along with Chautauqua County. And I did not meet with that gentleman again.
Okay.
But I met with several other landowners that he had from the same area. He was not able to make that meeting that day, but we toured some of their farms and looked at damage, much of which is exacerbated by the drought this year. But several of their fields looked like you had taken a mower and mowed them off very evenly across the field. So
Because of
deer.
Your population?
Yeah.
Wow.
And so, and again, a lot of it is that they own the crop fields, but not the surrounding fields or upland habitat. And trying to look at the higher numbers down there, give them some additional options. We've discussed other options that they can take themselves. But in this case, it's warranted to try and increase that hunting
For that particular
opportunity.
area?
And and that covers that. It's a large enough area that they're having issues that it warrants doing it for the management unit.
Okay.
Although, as always, I would recommend that anybody that's within a unit, look at what they can do within the regulations on their own property and, hunt according to that.
Along that same line, when you were looking at this, did you look at what percent, how many acres are leased? How many acres are available for public access, et cetera? Because here's my concern, or my thought is that if there's substantial leasing with people not allowing resident access because they've had an increasing rate of, last year, 48% of the antlered bucks were taken by non-residents. So if we're not allowing resident access to hunt in general, a few of these people are suffering the consequences of the actions of others. And I think there needs to be a holistic approach to it, not just an aspirin for a brain tumor approach to it. So did you look at that whole picture and not just some very legitimate concerns that some farmers have?
Yeah, we talked about many things that go on in that unit. One of the issues that they have struggled with is building relationships with their neighbors because land ownership changes rapidly down there. Often talking with our own biologists and those landowners, they see kind of an average of about 5 years of ownership. So it's really hard to build relationships with their neighbors to discuss this. We've talked about different numbers of deer tags, and there's some support from those landowners to look at, the non-resident tags that are available down there. As far as, they understand that non-residents aren't coming to Kansas to shoot antlerless deer. They have also taken the step of putting some of these properties into our walk-in program to open it up to public access. They clearly made the statement that hunting is a major part of how we solve this down there. That's the solution. We've also discussed some other options that they may be able to take outside of hunting too, that they could facilitate. So it's not just even relying on damage control permits for deer, which are a Band-Aid in this case. So we've looked at multiple different ways to do it, that some are things that they will have to take, but we also need to, help where we can in this case.
How much of that, is there a growing percentage of non-resident ownership that may be playing into this and needs some education, or?
There's some of that, but in some cases, rather than the percentage actually growing, it's just that high turnover rate. Many of those properties that are turned over are being owned by a succession of non-residents. I think they find out that it's difficult to maintain a good hunting property in another state, and so they're moving on pretty quickly, or they've gotten what they came for. So it's a difficult question because these landowners need folks that are in place that they can build a relationship with to understand that deer management on their own property isn't necessarily affecting just their property.
Any other questions for Levi?
No chronic wasting disease in unit 12.
We have not detected it yet. It's far enough to the east that we've so far avoided it, but we've got a couple that are not terribly far from it. But the other reason that it would warrant considering some reductions is in preparation to bring that herd down so that when we do start picking it up, it's not a rapid spread. It's a difficult one because it's not necessarily density dependent on how chronic wasting disease affects a deer herd, but it's still part of the equation. down there. And so bringing that back into balance, it'll also bring a healthier deer herd too. That area at times is probably a little higher than what you would hope for as far as a buck to doe ratio that goes on down there. But it's also an area that has some very good fawning habitat year after year. And so it's, and we've seen quite often that whitetails are pretty good at reproduction. So they do well there.
Okay, any other questions for Levi? Well, let's move on to turkeys. Kent?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. We've got a PowerPoint that'll be up in just a moment. This is an example of one of the series of regulations that we typically would have been voting on today in a public hearing. And we had set up our schedule this year for that, but as was mentioned previously, we're not able to accomplish that at the moment. So nothing, there's a few new things, so I wanted to still give you a presentation and kind of overview of what staff are recommending. And so this is an overview, and I will be covering all three of these, all three of the regulations in this presentation: KER 115, 25.5, 6, and 4-11. And 115-4-11, the big game and wild turkey permit applications, is basically to create an application period for non-residents associated with the changes in the other regulations. I don't have a slide on that, but wanted to make sure that that was part of the discussion.
When would that be available or be in effect? Would it be in effect by the time this spring comes along?
It would depend on when we actually get to vote on it. So if you use that logic of our next meeting is January 12th, typically, and what we had envisioned for the draw period or the application period would have been at the same time that we currently do the Unit 4 resident permit applications, which this year is, I believe, January 10th through February 10th. That January 12th date would already be in that time period. And so we don't feel like we can realistically get that enacted in time for the spring 2023 season.
I've gotten quite a bit of feedback on that too, in the context of people already having plans made for the 23 season.
Certainly. I've gotten a number of those questions and fielded those, and I also have a list of people that I say, once we have some certainty, I'll be calling them. So very briefly, a real quick wording change that we need to make for the fall season Unit 2 boundary definition, which we've just discussed previously. Also want to reduce the valid units for Unit 4 permits, which are currently valid for units. Not only if you draw a Unit 4 permit, is it valid in Unit 4, but it's currently valid in all adjacent units, including Units 1, 2, and 5. And based on increased demand for those Unit 4 permits, and landowner interest in trying to make sure that we have the ability to have landowners draw those permits, we're looking to reduce that to where those Unit 4 permits are only valid for Unit 4. Turkey season dates, as Levi mentioned, in terms of the deer regulations, speaking specifically to specific dates in the regulation, turkey season dates are one that is not. And so we're currently set up in a way that, again, youth disabled starts on April 1st. Archery begins the Monday after the first full weekend, and the regular season starts the Wednesday after the second full weekend. In the same way, the fall season is currently at October 1st through November 10th. And so each year we've presented these season dates just to make sure that everybody knows what's coming up in the next several years, and to have an idea so that we have some certainty. If there were changes that the staff and commission wanted to make, But we've always, if there's been no change to this basic structure, then we have not actually voted on it. We've just discussed it to make sure everybody's aware. So again, the 2023 season looks like this. This would be the earliest start date we can have of April 12th to the regular season. Youth season having that first weekend, and then the 9 days of the archery season in between. And then we're not recommending any additional changes looking forward to April 2024. And this would be one of the latest, and just so everybody's aware, this would be a switch from the earliest start date for the regular season of April 12th to one of the latest start dates, which is April 17th. So we will see that kind of switch in April of 2024 if there's no recommended changes, which there are not at this time. Again, we have a harvest strategy that guides most of our staff recommendations in terms of bag limits and open seasons. As we've discussed before, there's a number of factors that feed into this strategy. And based on results from the spring 2022 season, these were the recommendations from the harvest strategy. And you can see how how those are. One, the reductions are recommended in each of the 6 units, including unit 4, and we'll talk about those next. And so our recommendations for the spring bag limit and quota recommendations is to reduce that bag limit, which is currently at 2 in units 1 and 2, the northwest and north central. We'd like to reduce that bag limit from 2 to 1. And then in each of the units outside of unit 4, we would also like to reduce the non-resident hunters by approximately 25%. And as we've discussed before, kind of how I came up with those recommendations in terms of the recommended numbers, the recommended quota for each of the units. Additionally, in unit 4, which is currently a 500 permit quota for Kansas residents and tenants only, with 250 reserved for landowners, we're recommending reducing that by 25% as well to 375, with the specific reservation of 200 of those for landowners. If they're not used up by landowners, then those become available to other applicants. Regarding the fall season, we just got the fall 2022 season just wrapped up on November 10th. The fall turkey postseason harvest survey is currently out. I got that sent out earlier this week. And so you can see here, and what we've talked about before on the table on top, is the difference between 2020 and 2021 hunter numbers or permit buyers. And you can see, and we've discussed before, kind of this consistent trend that we've seen of a reduction of 10 to 20% in each of those categories for the last several years. But this year we saw that stabilize to where we have had almost 3,000 hunters purchasing a permit for the fall season, which was a slight increase from last year. And so the point of that is that I think we may have hit kind of a stabilization point. So the top black line on this is the number of permit sales since 2017, which is when game tags were no longer available statewide in the fall season. And then also noted there is 2020, when that was the first season of the shortened October 1st through November 10th season dates. And of course, we don't have harvest estimates yet for fall of 2022. And so for the same reasons we've discussed in previous years and previous commission meetings this year, it is our current, we have this recommendation to suspend the fall season statewide. Again, our harvest strategy was recommending that for units 3, 5, and 6. And also knowing that we're having issues getting regulations through the process, we felt that it was prudent to include this in this year's recommendation as well. While harvest during the fall season has declined quite a bit from highs back in the early 2010s, we still see our primary concern biologically is the harvest of hens during that season. And and especially when harvest is relatively low, we still see the proportion of hens making in the harvest of 50 to 60%. And so we continue to be concerned about the level of harvest, and felt strongly that is a good recommendation to suspend that season moving forward. So again, just to summarize here, we're clarifying the unit boundaries in Unit 2 during the fall season. We are recommending the suspension of the fall season statewide, removing that adjacent unit allowance for Unit 4. We're not recommending any changes to the spring season structures. We would like to reduce the spring bag limits in Units 1 and 2 to 1 bird, reducing the permit quotas in Unit 4 to 375, and then the creation of the non-resident application period. And associated with that, there is one other regulation that will need to be changed to that as well, which is KAR 115-2-1, the amount of fees regulation. But we'll be presenting that in January. And I think that'll be a series of changes to that regulation. And so we'll be starting that process in January for that. And then on the right, you see the quota numbers that are recommended for each of the units during the spring season.
And this is for 2023.
This is for whenever we can get it through.
Probably 2023.
It'll depend. So our next meetings are in January and then March. If this is not voted on and go through public hearing and voted on in January, then by the March meeting, we'll already have turkey permits on sale. Additionally, the Unit 4 applicants that are successful in late February already have the opportunity for, if spring bag limits are still at 2 birds in Units 1 and 2, then those successful applicants in Unit 4 also have the opportunity to obviously purchase their permit, but then they can get a combo permit as part of that and still have a valid game tag, which would still be valid at that time for the spring 23 season. And so if it's not at public hearing and voted on in January in our January 12th meeting, then this will likely be then effective for the spring 2024 season.
Would that be true with bag limits as well, spring bag limits, or can you separate those issues?
Yes, that would be true for bag limits as well, because we would already have permits on sale March 1st.
For the existing bag limits.
Correct.
Okay.
And so we couldn't remove the bag limit for a tag that we'd already sold.
So providing that it gets passed through the state after we approve it, that's only if it goes through the process. Is that correct?
So my understanding,
that correctly?
we would not have it, we wouldn't, if we're not able to get it through the state process, this won't be on the public hearing in January.
What I'm talking about though is like for 2024. So providing we get it passed in March and it goes to the state and the state gets it approved, then it will go into effect in 2024. Is that correct? But if it does not get through the state with the holdups and all the process, then this could be as late as 2025. Am I correct? I'm not thinking.
We should be able to get this through in time for the 2024 season.
Yes.
The 2023 season, I don't know.
Questionable.
These regs are the next in line going into the process. Because one of the limitations that they put in now is that we can only have one set in process.
This is the one that's in
Right,
there.
the public lands once have moved on to the Attorney General's office, so the turkey regs are going in next.
Okay.
What you have to remember is there's a 60-day notice period time that you gotta pencil in that's an absolute. So
Must.
whatever other delay is on top of the 60-day notice in terms of timeframes that we're looking at.
So this isn't gonna happen. I don't.
In January.
This isn't gonna be reality.
This is going to be 2024.
Is that correct, Kent?
That is my assumption.
Okay. Thank you.
Does that change the fall recommendation? Then 2024 as well.
So the current recommendation is to get that through for the 2023 season.
Okay. I got a question on, if it's okay, time for questions.
The only other slide I had and so this was just a reminder of where we're at in the process. We've been discussing turkey regulations since June, which is when we had the general discussion. And I guess just to give you an idea from a program coordinator standpoint, how I've tried to approach these traditionally and what may need to change in the future is that general discussion period is just to introduce the regulations and overall kind of turkey population status. But then by that time, we don't have the postseason harvest survey back. I get those survey results back July 1st. In early July, we have a turkey committee meeting where we discuss those and get staff input for various recommendations associated with the harvest strategy and the overall regulations. And then we did that this year. Had our first workshop session where we provided our recommendations August 1st. And then September 8th at our last meeting, we had a workshop session, but also had that informational session. And I had requested that basically to make sure that we had the breadth of discussion that we felt was warranted with the commission, so that ideally we would then have a public hearing vote in November. While that didn't happen, that was kind of the way we had thought through that process. And then again, hopefully we can get to public hearing by January, but again, I'm assuming that that's not likely to happen at this point. And so we'll extend it there, but just those are some of the things that I think about in terms of when we have seasons, when we get data back that we can analyze and provide the most up-to-date information on and tailor our recommendations based on that, and then getting through the process. So that was all my presentation.
Okay, is there anybody that have any questions on any of the recommendations?
Yeah, I got a couple questions on the quotas. You arrived at the quotas by taking a historical number of permits, reducing it by 25%.
Correct.
Okay, so there's a wide variety of what units get more heavily hunted. Do you find when you go to a draw system, do people start moving around on what units they make application for?
So we've never done a draw system for turkeys in Kansas before.
Okay.
And the other thing that we are recommending in this specifically that regulation change is that if as part of the application process, you apply for a single unit, and you can only then hunt that unit, not adjacent units or anything like that. So we want to be consistent across the state. And so I guess I don't know if that will, how much that will factor in at an individual level, let alone a population level of hunters, how much that'll change through time.
Yeah. But they can only apply for one unit, right?
That's what we're tailoring the regulation to,
Okay.
Correct.
Do they get a first choice, second choice, third choice?
In the units?
Like they apply for
Yeah.
unit one, don't get it, that can go to a different unit, or they only get it, pick one and.
The way I've thought about it is only for one. But I would need to clarify that with our licensing folks.
Does that leave you with any potential for leftover permits in a unit?
And that may be the best workaround to that. So I'll check with our licensing folks to see how they were thinking about that. But that does make sense.
Okay, well, we want this to be ready to vote on if we possibly can, so we don't want any amendments. When it comes to fall season, you've all heard my 2 cents worth for a long time. I stated at the last meeting that if it was a formal recommendation of staff, that I only having one vote, but I wouldn't object to it. And so if there's anybody else that has any issues there, let's talk about it now. If not, and I doubt there is, we'll be prepared to vote in January if at all possible.
I think the issue that's going to be difficult for me based on feedback I've got is which season the draw limit applies to. So how is that?
I think Well, I prefer it take place in the 23 season. I don't see how that's possible. I'm afraid we just aren't going to be able to get that done. And if we are going to be able to get it done, it's going to be a problem.
Don't you think it would get done in the summertime and the loss of the fall season would happen in 2023? But the reduction statewide to one tag would theoretically be spring of 24.
That's
Am I
what
thinking correctly?
it probably is.
There is an upside to that. And it does give people some time to adjust. It gives outfitters a chance to adjust. So that it's not
Well,
totally bad.
I don't think we have any choice.
Yeah, it's too bad. I mean, I think the sooner the better on these things. It would be better for the turkey population, but we've also got a lot of people that I've been hearing from that represent non-residents that say we've already made plans, so that makes it difficult.
Anybody have any more on this, on the turkey regulations?
The final comment I might make that I neglected to say was that we are pretty excited. We did just get a $2 million research project approved internally for a statewide study on turkeys that we're really excited about, working with Kansas State University, and we're starting to look for field sites, and that'll be starting up with field work starting in winter, spring of 2024. So we're really excited about that. We've been working on that for several years, and looking forward to getting more specific information to Kansas on what's going on with our population and adding to the research literature on the subject.
Thanks. Okay, now we have a series of fishing regulations. Some of these we're familiar with.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Brian Sowards, Fisheries Division Director. Yeah, we've workshopped these quite a bit. The first one's 115.25.14, which is our statewide creel and length limits, but it's really in reference to the associated reference document. I noticed that these weren't listed in the briefing document, but I think they have been in the past. Sheila, I'm going to make sure to get those to you going forward so that everybody can have a chance to read them and I don't have to read through them all. But would you like me to read through some of them? I think we've done this quite a bit.
We've done this enough.
I haven't heard anything from the public on any of these. So the next one is 115.18.10. We've gone through this as well. Importation and possession of certain wildlife, prohibition, permit requirement and restrictions. This essentially is going to add rusty crayfish to the list of prohibited species because of its collection in McPherson State Fishing Lake.
Okay.
Okay. 115.7.10 is in reference to that rusty crayfish as well. This is 115.7.10C. It's the reference document to the aquatic nuisance species. And this will add rusty crayfish or add McPherson State Fishing Lake to that list due to the introduction of the rusty crayfish. We're also removing the term Asian carp from that reference document wherever it appears. We're replacing it with either big head carp, silver carp, or both to be more descriptive of what species we're talking about. We're adding Lebo City Lake because of the introduction of zebra mussels that we documented last year. And that is all of them. I did forget on 115.25.14 that also refers to a few trout lake changes. King Lake and Emporia, we're going to add as a type 1 trout water. We're stocking it with trout this season for the first time. OJ Watson Park in Wichita, we're adding as a type 1 water. And Wichita KDWP we're removing. So basically, we're replacing KDOT East with OJ Watson Park. It's a better a fishery for trout. Type 1 again means that during the November 1 to April 15th season, you would need a trout permit to fish there for anything. A type 2 would be just if you're fishing for trout. Some of these smaller lakes where we know that's typically the reason the public's going there in that time frame, we call it type 1 water for regulation purposes. That's all I have.
Anybody have any questions? Good job. Brian?
Thank you, Chairman, members of the commission. We're going to look at a public lands reference document one more time. The only one we're going to be looking at is 115.8-1 subsection E. And that regulation covers the Department of Public Lands Division Special Regulations. We'll be looking at section 12, subsection A, the refuge areas closed to all activity year round. Jason, did you have a map? What we're wanting to do is add 2 areas down by Chitopa in the Cherokee lowland area. And the 2 properties are the Perkins East, which is the one right in the center that's kind of runs north and south. And then we have the one Bogner property to the right. The Perkins property is about 208 acres and the Bogner property is 236 acres for a combination of 444 acres. Those properties you're looking at on the screen tally about 2,487 acres. We don't have any refuge areas in the mineland areas just north of there, about 10 miles. So David Jenkins and Shan Holster and Ryan Good and Jason Deal looked at this whole area and picked out these 2 properties, thinking that these would be the 2 areas that they'd want in a refuge. Most of our wildlife areas have refuge areas. This area just didn't have any, and that's why we're proposing it. If you look at the river that runs right between the 2 is the Neosho River, and the town to the bottom left is Chitopa. That kind of gives a perspective of where that's at. And I'm not quite sure how many acres is mine lands. Is it 21,000 acres? That's to the north of there. So we have a lot of acreage that's open for hunting up there. This area gets hunted quite a bit. So we really thought that we needed to have a couple areas just let the wildlife rest a little bit. So be close to all activities year round in that area.
Okay, the fact that we're using the online licensing system for all wildlife areas is not going to take effect until 2023.
Well, I think this was one of them that's being run through the system, so I'm not sure when it would go through the system
But
completely.
it is not in effect now.
No. So that was the second change we'd like to have to the reference document is to add all the state fish and lakes and wildlife areas in electronic check-in, check-out system for hunting activity only. And that would exclude 2 areas, which is Maxwell Wildlife Refuge and the Big Basin Prairie Reserve. And again, this does not include anything in the state parks. Would like to add that it does include all the iWehaw, obviously. But those are the 2 areas, Maxwell and Big Basin, that wouldn't be an electronic check-in.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Stuart Shrug, just to help answer your question. So through this promulgation process, these won't be voted on until 2023. And even when it is voted on and if approved, we've already spoke with Brandt licensing system. It'll probably be a phase in more than likely. Jason can allude to this a little more to it. We haven't decided if we'll be able to bring all properties online at one full sweep or if we'll do it in phases by region. So it'll be a process.
All right.
I do have a couple questions, and actually my questions are primarily going to be for Colonel Kaiser or somebody from law enforcement, if they're available, because after being out a couple weeks ago on both 2 different wildlife areas and some WeHaw stuff, I am and hearing complaints. I am concerned about the check-in process and what law enforcement's perspective is, because there's some of us that it's an attitude. We don't like technology, don't want to deal with it. We just got to buck up. I'm in that category. We got to change and comply. This is important stuff, and I do believe we need it. Some of us just need to change our attitude about it. Some of it is competence. The first time I checked in last year, it took me 4 days to figure out how to check out. And so there's issues of competence with technology. There's issues of equipment that people don't have smartphones. You can check in the night before, but you know what? I went to 2 different wildlife areas and 3 different WEHAs in one day. And if I checked in the night before, I'm still checked in to the first place I went. So how does that work for folks that don't have access? The other thing is coverage. You can say, well, you can call, but if my cell phone doesn't work for service, it's not working for phone either. And so there really are some very, very legitimate issues for hunters. And I know there's some hunters out there that are conscientious enough, well, I'm checked in here, I can't go over there. There's a few of those. There's some of us, some folks that are heck with it, I'm going. I had one guy I was talking to last night on the way out here on the phone. He says, I'll just call the game warden every time I want to go hunting. And so I want to hear from law enforcement what their perspective is and how it's going to affect them for enforcement of this when there's legitimate issues. So is there someone that could address that?
Yeah, Commissioner Sill, Stuart Schrog again. Most of our public land staff, as you know, is law enforcement certified. And since this is a public lands program, our staff deals with this day in and day out. So they are probably the people to ask. And yeah, everything you've said is a legitimate concern that we are trying to deal with. And we've always viewed this as an educational process to begin with. We're not about going out and just writing as many tickets as we can for a violation. We want our public and our hunters to buy into this because it is vital information that we're garnishing from this system. We're experiencing a few more bugs right now just because we changed from iSportsman to the Brandt system to be an all-inclusive system instead of 2 separate ones. We've identified a lot of those problems in the field that you just mentioned. Our public lands officers, as well as game wardens, are doing our best to work with hunters in the field on the properties with issues that come up. And again, all of those issues we've seen ourselves too. So yeah, that's a concern and consideration as we move forward with this proposal. Jason might be able to expand a little more on where we're at and what we're working on, but yeah, people hear the statewide implementation of this, and it is a concern with the IT technology disabled folks like myself. I'm not the best either, but but again, we feel that it is an important enough endeavor and program because as we've seen at these commission meetings, the reporting data that we get from these helps us all in this room to make decisions that are going to benefit everybody in the future. So Jason or Ryan, do you have anything to add to that?
Just that we are continuing to work on it from a IT's perspective and a Brandt perspective. There are, different things that we're being even added in December. As December comes up on a new release of the app and the online side of it, some different things added into the checkout system to hopefully help out people check out different things when other options aren't available per se. But yeah, we're continuing to work with it and work with the contractor on fixing any bugs and issues that come up and different things that the public lands guys and we find out every day pretty much. So
I have 2 hopes, one of which is there will be an abundance of tolerance for mistakes this year. And number 2, by the time next year rolls around, we'll have the final release of the app and we'll have all the bugs worked out of it.
Yeah, my concern, I guess, is that for some of, and it tends to be my age and older that have the issues, but I don't want it to be an impediment. When it's already getting harder to hunt, I don't want a hassle with the check-in to be an impediment. So to find a way to help them understand, we really want and need this information. We desperately do. But to not let that stop them or discourage them from going. That's where my concern is, because all the app updates are great if your phone works. If it doesn't, you're still out of luck.
Yeah, Commissioner Sil Stewart Shrug again, exactly. And that was probably the forefront of the conversations that we had internally getting to this point is, our mission in public lands is access and opportunity. And the last thing we want to do is really throw up roadblocks and hindrances to that. So that's been a major concern of ours. And when we do experience technical difficulties, we worry about, buy-in from the public. And so it continues to be a high priority for the department in fixing these. And again, last thing we want to do too is throw up those roadblocks and want to make things as easy as we can. Like I said, I'm not a big tech guy, but I know there's technological advances out there, and I'd like to see us get to the point where I think they call it geofencing, and Jason, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, to where like if you go to a restaurant in a big city, once you leave, you get an alert on your phone saying rate your visit. If we can have that kind of technology on our properties where they enter the geofencing and alerts them to check in, and you just hit a button and you're checked in. When you leave, it prompts you to check out, and hopefully maybe we can get to something as simple as that in the future.
Or something where there is a kiosk with a device right there.
Right.
So they don't even have to have a phone.
Oh, yeah.
That I mean,
Like our
it's
state
right
park-
there.
Like our
Yeah.
state park kiosk.
Yeah. So
Right.
where you check in and then you check out when you leave, but it's right there on site. Not at every parking lot, obviously, but
Yeah.
then that eliminates an excuse for almost all of us.
And our staff
That's a
continues to
ways out.
help hunters on site. Our Pratt staff and our office staff across the state help people create accounts and check in and check out before they can check into a new property too. So we're doing the best we can to try to transition.
I might point out something that a lot of people don't understand. When a wildlife parks law enforcement officer writes a ticket, we don't get the fine. That goes to the state and it goes to the county with its gargantuan court costs for taking our complaint and dealing with it. So there's no financial incentive for us to write tickets. Any other questions?
Did anybody have any questions on the 2 tracks for the refuge?
What are we refuging? What kind of animals?
It's to all activity.
Any
Is it
Any
specific
wildlife?
to deer or
Right.
deer? or-
Yeah, mainly deer and just basically a place where all activities are prohibited there. So, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, Stuart Shrug again. Commissioner Spore, just to add a little to that, as Ryan stated, we have typically refuges designated areas on all of our properties. But that doesn't mean that we couldn't conduct a special hunt on those properties, but it's for all upland type and waterfowl species that are frequent in that area.
I get it. I was just asking what animals.
It's a pretty good area for deer and turkey, but there's some waterfowl habitat down there too, so.
Any other questions for Ryan? Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Dan is going to point out 3 shop items we've seen a million times.
Correct. Mr. Chair, Dan, I'm General Counsel. This is the first example of the change that we were talking about, where we will leave regulations on the agenda when they're in process, but get them out of the workshop process so they don't continue to wear everybody out. These three particular regulations have made it through the first phase of the external process. They made it through the Department, excuse me, of Administration, and they are in the Attorney General's office now. Whatever's going on in the Attorney General's office at this point, it's hard to tell, but that's where those regs are. And we will continue to leave them at this point on the agenda until they make it through the process and come back for the public hearing, along with any other regs that make it to the external process and are in there. So hopefully we'll be able to avoid unnecessary and redundant workshopping by doing that, but maintain them on the agenda so nobody loses track of the regulations that are in the works.
Any questions for Dan on those? Okay. That concludes the afternoon session. I'm going to recess the meeting and we'll convene here at 6:30. Thank you very much. I'm going to reconvene the meeting. And we're going to start with the introductions of commissioners and staff, starting on my far left.
Troy Spore, Oakley. Bill Escarino, Garden City.
I'm Gerald Lauber from Topeka.
Lauren Quayle, Sill, Hutchison.
Warren Gefeller, Russell.
Delia List, Pittsburgh.
We got Emmerich.
This is Emmerich Cross, Kansas City.
Sheila Camus, commission support.
Jason Dixon, Commissioner Support.
Brad Lovelace, Secretary from Topeka. Dan Riley's on the road, tied in by phone.
Stuart, excuse me, Stuart Straub, Assistant Secretary Pratt.
All right. The group suddenly got smaller. Is there any public comment on non-agenda items?
Recording in progress.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, it's a pleasure to be back before you. I just wanted to say, as you know, I now work for Safari Club International, and we're a partner, conservation partner with the agency. We do have a chapter in Kansas City, and I'm obviously based out of Overland Park. And anytime you guys need help in the legislature, we submitted a couple letters, I think last year, on issues in support of the department's position, and happy to do it anytime. So thanks.
Thank you very much. Don't be surprised if we take you up on it. Any other public comment on non-agenda items? I don't know if we have many people out. Zoomville or not.
It doesn't look like we have anybody.
Okay, well, we'll start with the public hearing. Steve, you want to talk about cabin rates?
Thank you, Chairman, Councilman. Want to do a quick review of its regulation 115-2-3A. It's cabin camping and permit fees. And the cabin fees are revised several times a year and adjusted based on the cabin occupancy rates. Based on these rates, cabin prices may warrant an increase or perhaps a decrease during certain times of the year. At this time, we're proposing the following cabin rate changes. And did you get an attachment on what our current rates are and what we are proposing to the right? Some of these rates have been in place on, especially our off-season rates, for over 15 years. They've not gone up. One of the main reasons we're wanting to raise these rates is utility costs in the last 5 years alone have gone up 47%. And then our maintenance costs, cleaning and seasonal salaries have caused a 34% increase. And so we feel it's probably time to go ahead and change our rates.
All right, we have a list of the rates. Is there any questions? Any discussion? Any discussion from the public? Hearing none, I think it's time for a vote. Do we need to vote on this?
Just a consensus.
All right, good. I don't have to go through.
Thank you.
Remembering the order to vote. Thank you, Steve. KAR 115.51 is Matt. There he is.
All right, can you hear me okay?
Can now.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. I'm going to be, the first regulation I'll talk about is KAR 115.51, fur bearers and coyotes, legal equipment, taking methods and general provisions. The proposed change to this regulation is found on page 2. And so you can turn to the second page there, and it's in section C4. And we're proposing to allow laser sights to be used in the taking of fur bearers treed with the aid of dogs. You may recall this was a change that was requested by the Kansas Federation of Houndsmen. And if it helps them shoot raccoons out of trees more accurately, then this is something we can support. So with that, I'll turn this back over to you for questions.
Are there any questions for Matt on this? Everything else is about the same. Any discussion from the public? All right, could I have a motion that we approve 115.51?
So moved.
Commissioner Sill, second.
Been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Any discussion from the public? Okay, Sheila, ask the question.
Commissioner Cross,
Yes.
Commissioner Escarino,
Yes.
Commissioner Gabellar.
Yes.
Commissioner Lister,
Yes.
Commissioner Sill,
Yes.
Commissioner Spore,
Yes.
Commissioner Lauber.
Yes.
Pass 7-0.
All right, Matt, you want to take the next one?
Okay, the next one is KAR 115-25-11, fur bearers, open seasons and bag limits. And I'm not sure what happened here. I apologize, but the changes are not underlined, at least not in my briefing book. So, but we are proposing a couple changes. The first one is in section B, where we're recommending an extension to the general fur bearer season through the last day of February. The current closure is February 15. And so this change will add about 13 days to the season during most years, or 2 full weeks during a leap year. And then the other changes are down in section D. We've proposed increasing the season bag limit of otters to 10, and that was previously 5. And so, and the 10 otters is listed in the third line there of D, if you're looking for it. So like I said, that was previously 5. And we're also proposing an increase in the quota to 5 otters in the verdigris and meridazine otter management units. And they were previously limited to 2 otters in those units. And we're proposing an increase to 10 otters in the lower Neosho and the meridazine units. That was previously 5. And of course, those are the 2 areas in southeast Kansas that otters are most prevalent, and we have the most at times issues with them being in ponds and stuff like that. So also in the case of those units, approximately half of the fur harvesters in last year met or harvested the quota. And so that's sort of the reasoning behind this. And some of the complaints that came in, I know I talked about this at a previous commission meeting in more detail, but trappers could easily take up their whole quota in one pond in some cases. And then they'd say, oh, well, I've got a bunch of other ponds that I could trap or that people want me to trap, but I took my quota out of 1 or 2 ponds. And so anyway, that's some of the reason why we've made this proposal. And with that, I'll turn this back over to you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Any questions for Matt? Any questions from the public? Could I have a motion that we approve this?
Move we approve.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the changes to 115.25.11. Any discussion? None from the public, none from the commission. Sheila?
Commissioner Cross,
Yes.
Commissioner Escarino,
Yes.
Commissioner Gabellar.
Yes.
Commissioner Lister,
Yes.
Commissioner Sill,
Yes.
Commissioner Spore,
Yes.
Commissioner Lauber.
Yes.
Pass 7-0.
Okay, now the next item, I'm not exactly sure how we vote on this. Is somebody here, is Jordan here or?
I'm online here.
All right. Basically, you're going to suggest that we revoke all 5 of these regulations regarding mussels.
Correct. As I understand it, they each individually need a vote. So I can go through them.
Well, let's start with the first one then.
Okay. So first we'll look at KAR 115-17-6. And this is the regulation that currently establishes harvest and salvage permits. And this, we're proposing a revocation. And we've workshopped all these several times.
Right. Can I have a motion that we revoke 115-17-6?
Commissioner Sill, I so move.
Commissioner Spore, second.
Any discussion? Sheila?
Commissioner Cross,
Yes.
Commissioner Escarino.
Yes.
Commissioner Gaffeller,
Yes.
Commissioner Lister,
Yes.
Commissioner Sill,
Yes.
Commissioner Spore,
Yes.
Commissioner Lawler.
Yes. All right, Jordan.
All right, on to the next one. We have KAR 115-17-7. And this regulation outlines provisions and restrictions to commercially harvest and salvage freshwater mussels. And we're proposing to strike basically all of the existing language and replace it with the following, to say that the commercial harvest of all species of mussels shall be prohibited under all circumstances and in all locations.
Okay, any questions for Jordan? I guess I'm assuming that the fact that we have no known commercial harvesters is kind of immaterial here. We don't want somebody to start. So can I have a motion that we revoke KAR 115-17-7?
Commissioner Gaffeller, so move.
Commissioner Sill, second.
Been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Sheila?
Commissioner Cross,
Yes.
Commissioner Escarino.
Yes.
Commissioner Gaffeller.
Yes.
Commissioner Lister,
Yes.
Commissioner Sill,
Yes.
Commissioner Spore,
Yes.
Commissioner Lawler.
Yes.
7-0.
Jordan?
Okay, KAR 115-17-8. This regulation currently outlines legal equipment, taking methods related to commercial mussel harvest, and we're proposing revocation.
Can I have a motion?
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Sheila?
Commissioner Cross,
Yes.
Commissioner Escarino.
Yes.
Commissioner Gaffeller.
Yes.
Commissioner Lister,
Yes.
Commissioner Sill,
Yes.
Commissioner Spore,
Yes.
Commissioner Lawler.
Yes.
Pass 7-0.
Jordan?
Okay, KAR 115-17-9. This regulation currently establishes the areas open for commercial mussel harvest, and we're proposing revocation.
Can I have a motion?
Motion.
Commissioner Spore.
Was there a second in there somewhere?
Delia,
Okay. Is there any discussion? It's been moved and seconded. All right, no discussion. Sheila?
Commissioner Cross,
Yes.
Commissioner Escarino.
Yes.
Commissioner Gaffeller.
Yes.
Commissioner Lister,
Yes.
Commissioner Sill,
Yes.
Commissioner Spore,
Yes.
Commissioner Lawler.
Yes.
7-0.
And Jordan, you got one more.
Okay, thank you. KAR 115-17-14. This regulation currently establishes the mussel dealer permits and application and requirements, and we're proposing revocation.
Can I have a motion?
So move.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Sheila?
Commissioner Cross,
Yes.
Commissioner Escobedo,
Yes.
Commissioner DeFella,
Yes.
Commissioner Lister,
Yes.
Commissioner Phil,
Yes.
Commissioner Spore,
Yes.
Commissioner Lauber,
Yes.
pass 7-0.
Thank you, Jordan.
Thank you, commissioners.
That concludes our public hearing. And it didn't take very long.
And we've got a constituent that wants to talk, Marty. She's having trouble getting on.
All right.
Artie, I'm gonna unmute you now.
Thanks. I appreciate it. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. I'm Marty Burrell. I'm the director of Prairie Park Nature Center and also a member of the outreach team for the Black-footed ferret recovery team in with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. I participate in the Black-footed ferret recovery program here in Kansas, and just wanted to give the commission a quick update on our Black-footed ferret recovery program here in Kansas. We, as a Black-footed ferret recovery team, which of course includes the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, which leads that team, and the stakeholders, which includes the U.S. or the Kansas Wildlife and Parks, as one of the stakeholders of that organization or of that recovery team. We released 26 black-footed ferrets on the recovery site in Logan County in September, successfully as a 15-year successful recovery program here in Kansas. This was participated by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the U.S. Or the family which controls the Butte Creek recovery site here in Logan County, Kansas, and all the stakeholders, including the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks. Those 26 ferrets were released in September. The recovery team went in, led by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, in October of this year and surveyed the site with the very successful numbers of detecting 28 ferrets. Now that may not sound a lot like that, but only about a quarter of those ferrets were actually the ones released this year. The good news is that we recorded both not only the recovery of those surviving ferrets, but surviving ferrets from going back 4 years, and also reproduction on the site. As I said, this is the 15th year of recovery on that site. It's one of the most successful of all the 29 sites in the United States. And we recorded not just recovery on those sites, but also reproduction and survivability on the acreage there in Logan County. There was very successful evidence of reproduction on all of the acreage there in Logan County. So we were able to recover wild borns, tag them, and vaccinate them. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is very, very happy about the numbers on that site. So there's very good, evidence that that is one of the most successful sites in the United States for black-footed ferret recovery. One of the reasons that I'm reporting on this today is that there was a request. I addressed the commission back in June regarding the need for the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks to join other states in developing a working group and a working plan to assist the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in being able to support and assist the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in habitat assessment and surveying in the future. The assistance with that might and has been proposed to be funded by the RAWA Act, the Recovering of America's Wildlife Act, that is now currently going through the United States Senate and is very likely to be approved by bipartisanship of the U.S. Senate sometime in December. Funding will be made available to each and every state, and it's been proposed that there's a possibility of assisting the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service with some of those funds to be able to support black-footed ferret recovery in Kansas. This will assist not only just with that critically endangered species, but also the protection of shortgrass prairie habitat, which will benefit many, many species in that area of Logan County and potentially throughout the state. So what we have basically surmised by this year's survey is that while we don't know exactly how many ferrets exist on our site, the survey, which is just a survey and not a census, shows both recovery, it shows survivability, and it shows an annual reproduction on our site in Kansas. It's the one and only recovery site in the United States. It's both plague-free and shows that kind of success annually. So this was a very good survey. It was led by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services by both Michelle McNulty and John Hughes, biologists with that. We would hope the commission would support and promote the development of a working group through the state and a working plan with the state that will support the the goals of this recovery project, not just for the ferret, but also for the habitat that supports the ferret and many other species. So that's my report for this evening. And if anybody has any questions, I'm part of the black-footed ferret recovery team. I'd be happy to answer what I could. I'm part of the outreach committee for that.
Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you very much, then.
Very
And that's all
much.
I have to report.
Is there anybody else that has anything this evening? Do we need to set future meetings, Sheila?
I believe we do. Right now, we have January 12th, Wichita, Nature Center, and that starts the new time of starting at noon. March 9th in Topeka, the Ramada Inn Downtown Convention Center. And April 27th at the Wyandotte County Historical Museum at Wyandotte County Park in Bonner Springs.
So we need to set June.
We need to set June, yes.
What's the last Thursday in June?
22nd. 29th.
Brad, won't we be in Napa?
We will. We will.
So Brad, I cannot do the 29th.
The 22nd.
22nd is better for me.
June.
Yeah.
Let's plan on June 22nd.
Location suggestions?
Mr. Chair, I might, as Brad Lovelace, I might suggest that we have some staff conversations and then make a recommendation. One of the, we have such a terrific fishery at Milford. We've been talking with the folks there about potentially having a commission meeting at the right time of year when we could give you all an opportunity to maybe get out on the lake and see that fishery a little bit associated with our commission meeting. So maybe we can talk about that, Sheila, and then loop back.
We'll let you know.
You thinking about Junction City?
Yep. Yep.
I don't think we've had one there in a long time, have we?
I don't believe so.
It's cold the last time, I remember that.
Well, let's tentatively think about Junction City, and then at the next meeting, you and staff will see whether that works.
Yep, we'll have recommendations for you.
It's March, Wyandotte County. What day? What was the date on Wyandotte County?
It's April 27th. That lake is just up there by Legends area, up there where Cabela's and that is, it's just not very far from there. We met there a couple of years ago, that George Line. This time, the historical museum there has a new meeting facility, so
Okay, so it's at that,
it's in that Wyandotte County Park, Lake Park.
yeah, it's in that, what'd you call it? The,
Legends area.
Yeah.
Legends where Cabela's and that.
what was the facility called though?
It's called the Wyandotte County Historical Museum.
All right. Is there anything more to come before the group this evening? Meeting adjourned. Enjoy the weather.